Good morning, Chaplain Hemphill and Mr. Hatch. We'll get started in about 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chappie. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Hi, everyone.
Hey, guys.
Oh, look.
The guys from Hatch.
Yay.
Hello.
Can
It's
you hear
great
us?
to see young students.
Benito Martinez.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How have you been, Chappie? You're on mute.
I'm doing fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to tell you. We're glad we got to thank Rep. Rodriguez for bringing you back, Chappie. You're gonna
Yes.
give us a spiritual one today.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you all. An exciting day.
Good morning, everyone.
How you doing, Joe?
Doing well.
Sir.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Sissy.
Good morning, Mayor Lisa. It is 9 o'clock. Would you like to get started?
Please. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor.
Mayor.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. It is 9 o'clock a.m. Due to the pandemic, the Texas governor has temporarily suspended specified provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act to allow video conference or telephonic meetings in order to avoid congregate settings. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding, and we begin this meeting with roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein?
Present.
Representative Anello?
Present.
Hernandez?
Good morning, here.
Molinar?
Present.
Salcido?
Present.
Rodriguez?
Good morning, here.
Rivera?
Present.
Lizarraga?
Present.
Thank you, and we do have a quorum. That brings us to the invocation. Will everyone please make sure your microphones are on mute? This morning we have the invocation delivered by Police Chaplain Robert Hemphill.
Good morning. Let us bow our heads at this time. Most holy and loving Father, God of peace, I come to you this morning asking for your blessings, your wisdom, and your spiritual guidance to help the mayor and city council address their agenda items, make the tough decisions, and have favorable results and outcomes. Help us, Father, to work together as a unified team. Show us how to conduct our work in the spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Let your presence be known as you lead our mayor and the city representatives in these meetings today. Please guide us so we can be productive, Father, And thank you, Father, for we know that you are always here to support your people. This we ask in your name. Amen. Amen.
Chaplain, thank you for that, and may God bless you in the city of El Paso.
Thank you for inviting me, sir. God bless you.
Thank you. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. And to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning are students from Benito Martinez Elementary School at the invitation of Representative Claudia Rodriguez. This morning we have Jordan Aguirre, Eli Dominguez Amador, Ismael Contreras, Mia Contreras, Georgia Lynn Cruz, Trace Delgadillo, Carlos Delgado, Mavis Estrada, Valentino Franco, Angela Galaz, Chloe Gonzalez, Bella Johnson, Chase Lopez, Oliver Montes, Eric Novella, Seri Optante, Zachary Optante, Makena Primacio, Dante Ramirez, Sabella Ramirez, Brianna Reed, Gemma Rodriguez, Giovanni Rodriguez, Daniel Banex Rodriguez, Josias Rodriguez, Jaden Salas, Evangeline Sierra, Lillian Sloggett, Hadjet Solis, Jaime Vasquez, and Oscar Verduzco. Good morning, Mr. Hatch.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. And I want to thank you all for taking your time to come to our city council meeting and do the Pledge of Allegiance. You guys did a great job. And I've always said that the youth is the future of our country and our city. And I can tell by seeing you all today that El Paso's got a bright future. So thank you for coming here.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. The first proclamation is El Paso Police Officers Memorial Day and Police Week.
Mr. Rivera, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Before I read the proclamation, again, thank you, Representative Rodriguez, for bringing the chaplain back, and it's refreshing and takes us back to one step closer. I'd also like to recognize Lieutenant Robert Zavala, who will be carrying this proclamation back to headquarters. And the proclamation reads as such. Proclamation from the City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas in the City of El Paso, the state of Texas, and every American community, law enforcement officers are committed to the preservation of life and property, risking their lives to protect us from those who would defy the law, providing law and order and service, the cause of justice. And whereas the City of El Paso and law enforcement officers of the El Paso Police Department accept a profound responsibility and work to maintain law and order, to safeguard our rights and freedom, and continue to confront the challenges of the fight against crime. And whereas the City of El Paso honors the heroism of all our law enforcement officers, especially those who have given their lives so that others might live, and the sacrifice of the families and friends they've left behind. And whereas by a joint resolution approved October 1st, 1962, Congress authorized and President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th of each year Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of the federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed and disabled in the line of duty, further designating the calendar week in which May 15 falls as Police Week. And whereas in the City of El Paso and the state of Texas, during Police Week, the nation's flags will be flown at half-staff on Peace Officers Memorial Day under Public Law 103-322 as amended. And whereas an awareness across the nation and in the city of observance, and in observance of Police Week, will commence with ceremonies, including the display of a blue bowl or ribbon to honor the law enforcement officers who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty and to honor all those who continuously strive to keep us safe. And therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that May 9th through May 15th, 2021 shall be known as Police Week. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser.
Thank you, Representative Rivera, and thank all the peace officers in our community that have served our community. And I'd like to thank you and Representative Molinar for also serving our community as officers. But again, thanks to all our officers that serve our community and continue to do that. And may God bless every one of them. And thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
And the next proclamation is Joint Advisory Committee for Air Quality Improvement Recognition Day.
Representative Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The proclamation of the City of El Paso, Texas, whereas on May 7th, 1996, the U.S. and Mexican governments took a major step towards fostering cooperation for implementing effective air pollution policies by signing an agreement that created the Joint Advisory Committee, JAC, for the improvement of air quality. And whereas the JAC in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, El Paso, Texas, Doña County, New Mexico Air Basin, the Paso del Norte Air Basin, formally recognizes the international air basin that sustains the rich and diverse communities of Ciudad Juarez, El Paso, Sunland Park, and Las Cruces. And whereas the three Paso del Norte communities rely on the unified air basin to successfully implement air quality projects that bring pride to residents of Paso del Norte, knowing that their local leaders' commitment continue to bring healthier air, protecting children's health and citizens' well-being, while building environmental infrastructure at the lowest cost possible. And whereas we, the people of these communities, acknowledge the JAC's activities with various stakeholders to improve air quality throughout the unified air basin, lowering emissions at El Paso and Doña County of ozone precursors, as well as emissions of CO, particulate matter PM10 and PM2.5. Recognizing that JAC's work and its initiatives have markedly improved air quality in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico. And whereas we, the people of these communities, wish to recognize the 25th anniversary of the JAC and honor the organizers of programs and projects conducted in the spirit of the One Air Basin, and now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that May 11th, 2021 shall be known as Joint Advisory Committee for Air Quality Improvement Recognition Day, signed by Honorable Mayor Leeser.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez, and I did have the honor on Friday to be at the meeting between Juarez and El Paso and also New Mexico. So it's a region, and it's so important because as we all know, we breathe the same air. So to have quality air within our region is so important to us. So thank you for reading on to Representative Hernandez and Ms. Pine.
Yes, Mayor. Council, please remember to keep your cameras on at all times so we can ensure a quorum is maintained. If you would like to speak, please notify the mayor and wait to be recognized prior to unmuting your microphone. Per Robert's rules, once you obtain the floor from the presiding chair, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate. Staff, please turn on your cameras when presenting or speaking. Everyone else, please mute your microphones to reduce any background noise. That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You're on mute, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not sure if he's on. Is he
Mayor
on?
Pro Tem, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, there he is. Let me text him.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Morning, sir.
Representative Rivera, nice to see you today, sir.
Morning, sir. Morning.
Okay, so we have the following revisions for the City Council meeting for May 11th, 2021. Page 7, item 20, revised per Representative Salcido.
And that revision is to add Representatives Rodriguez and Lizarraga as co-sponsors of the item.
That is, I think, all the revisions that I have right now.
Motion to second.
Is there anybody else that has any other additional revisions?
Ms. Bryan?
Okay, there is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Mayor, I was just informed that there's someone that signed up to speak on item 17.
Move to reconsider?
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconsider the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And we're back on the consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem, when we have a motion to approve once again?
Yes, motion to approve the consent agenda. Do we have call the public?
Yes, we have Ms. Erica Ruiz that signed up to speak on item 17. Ms. Ruiz, if you press *6, you can mute your telephone and begin speaking for 3 minutes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Erica Ruiz, and I am the sole manager member for Vertex Construction and Engineering, who provided a low bid for this project. I am speaking against this approval due to the fact that I provided a bid bond. I provided the financial backup to this project. I was not awarded this project because lack of experience under my company. My company is been open for, it's fairly new. We haven't had any projects on the job. I've been in the construction business for over 20 years. I have a construction management degree. I'm pursuing my master's in construction management, and I clearly have the experience. I've managed $3.5 million projects, $6 million projects in the other companies that I have worked for and currently still involved in. Clearly, I do have the experience to do this project. I am a small business, women-owned, minority-owned business, and I cannot get the experience if I don't get the opportunity to get it. So that's why I am speaking against this, because I'm trying to build up my business, but it's being very difficult with the obstacles that are in front of us because of the denial that I'm getting for not being able to perform this project for the city of El Paso. That is why I am speaking against this matter. I did do a protest. I presented my evidence as far as my experience that I have with my resume, but I was still denied the request.
Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?
So again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against this.
Are you there? Are you there?
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz.
Okay. Was there anybody else that signed up, Ms. Prime?
Not for the consent agenda, sir.
Okay. Do you need me to reread the item?
If you can just make the motion, sir.
Okay. Motion to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions, page 7, item 20, revised by Representative Salcido.
That revision is to add co-sponsors Representative Rodriguez and Representative Lizarraga.
Okay. Is there any other revisions from council? Okay.
We have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. That brings us to page 7, to the regular agenda, to item number 18. This is discussion and action to direct the city manager to provide an update on the transition plan from the temporary facilities providing services for the homeless at the Delta site, as well as funding allocation details regarding the 10th Amendment to the city's 2019-2020 45th Year Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Phase 3. And this is Representative Lizarraga's item.
Representative Sarga?
Thank you, Mayor Leeser.
you.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted the city manager to provide an update on the transition plan from the temporary facilities providing services for the homeless at the Delta site, as well as funding allocations, details regarding the 10th Amendment to the city's 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Phase 3. During the pandemic, the City Council has made large allocations of funds in area of homelessness, including via multiple amendments to the CDBG-CV allocation. There have also been significant changes in the services provided, facilities, and so forth. I thought it would be beneficial to have a single comprehensive update with all of the information presented in the same place. You know, as El Pasoans, resilience is in our DNA, and compassion for our extended El Paso family defines who we are as a community. That compassion was on full display among my constituents who live in the vicinity of the temporary facilities at the Delta site, namely those of the Washington Delta and Valverde neighborhood associations. These temporary facilities were set up very rapidly in response to the urgent need realized by the pandemic. While it was not always easy to accommodate their new neighbors, these neighborhoods did so with empathy, caring, and grace. In their warm-hearted approach, they demonstrated what an El Pasoan is all about. So I thank you, City Manager, for your help with this.
Yes, Representative Lizarraga, we'll come back in a work session and present that detailed comprehensive report for you and the rest of the council.
I appreciate that very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Representative Sarga. Ms. Prine?
Is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the action on item number 18. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Oops, aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 19. This is discussion and action to direct the city manager to draft a plan to implement renewable energy sources, possibly including but not limited to solar generation, into City of El Paso facilities and projects to seek the input of the Regional Renewable Energy Advisory Council in the development of said plan, and to bring the draft plan back to City Council for consideration within 120 days. And this is Representative Lizarraga's item.
Representative Sarga?
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. Thank you, Ms. Prime. You know, at various times, the City Council has discussed in our public meetings the possibility of integrating renewable energy generation into existing City of El Paso facilities and/or new projects. This item would direct the city manager to create a plan for such actions so that the council can formalize a blueprint for renewable energy at the City of El Paso facilities moving forward. I believe Representative Schwartzbein also would like to make a comment on this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Representative Lizarga. Very excited to see this item. You know, as a council member who had originally introduced legislation to create the first renewable energy advisory board from the city of El Paso, it's exciting to have that board of volunteers that are placed by council and mayor to do that. This items and discussions are some that I've had with our CEO from El Paso Electric, Kelly Tomlin, as well as city staff. Very excited to see what Representative Lizarga, alternate Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Lizarga, my apologies, has brought to the table here. It complements a lot of the discussions that we've been having with the Renewable Energy Advisory Board about creating a strategic plan. It complements our resiliency plan and the work that we've done with Nicole Farini and the Rockefeller Foundation. And I think it also will complement an item that I plan on bringing back, item I plan on introducing with Representative Lizarga as well as Representative Nello to instruct staff to look at reaching out to create a climate action plan for the city of El Paso. As we know, you can either plan to fail or you can fail to plan, as a wise former city council member once stated. And it's absolutely important that in the Sun City, one of the 50 largest cities in the United States, that we have a strong, cohesive, unified climate action plan that can incorporate a lot of the ideas that we're hearing from REAC, from this council, and from city staff to have a very robust, strong, and cohesive effort towards a climate action plan that can incorporate a lot of the ideas that Representative Lizarga has brought up, as well as many members of this council, the public, and staff moving forward. So I want to applaud and commend alternate Mayor Pro Tem Representative Lizarga for this item today, and would strongly encourage my colleagues to pass this item.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzbein. Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I also wanted to thank Representative Lizarga. I think this is a really great idea. You know, a few years ago, we integrated the resiliency plan into our strategic plan. It's been a few years, and I think this is the perfect way to really hone in on that and transition into a finalized plan. So thank you, Representative Lizarga, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Representative Anello. And you know, it's so important to start thinking of new ways of energy and new ways of being able to save money and do business a different way. So, Representative Lizarga, thank you for bringing the item forward, and look forward to the dialogue moving forward. And with that, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the action on item number 19. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Thank you, Representative Lizarraga. Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
I wasn't expecting that.
Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Thank you, Rep. Lizarga. Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 20. This is
Laura?
yes, sir.
Laura, just for the record, just to respond to the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Pro Tem, we will bring that back in a future work session.
Thank you, sir. The next item is number 20, and this is discussion and action regarding virtual attendance at future city council meetings by members of council and members of the public. And this is consideration of amending the city council's adopted rules of order to allow members of the public to continue to address the council virtually or telephonically and to clarify the process by which members of council can appear virtually, telephonically, at a city council meeting after all provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act are reinstated following the pandemic. This item was placed by Representative Salcido and co-sponsored by Representatives Rodriguez and Lizarraga.
Thank you. Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. Wanted to bring up this item before us. Wanted to discuss a little bit more on how we can continue the virtual attendance for City Council and also for the public to participate. So I proposed 2 ways that we can do it, but I wanted to bring it up to the body so that we can have a good discussion on how we go about it. I think it's very important for our constituents whenever they aren't able to chime in and make it to our City Council meetings for this virtual opportunity to still continue there for them as we continue our City Council meetings in the future. And so that's why I brought this item before us, and I wanted to hear a little bit more from my colleagues on their suggestions on how to move forward.
Thank you, Representative Salcido. Anyone else?
Sorry, can I speak? I can't. I didn't get to text you quick enough, Mayor.
Will you guys do me a favor and make sure you text me when you're ready to speak? Representative Rodriguez? Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Salcido. I think that you and I spoke about this item, and it's just more of preparation. The inevitable is that we will be going back in-person meetings, and so it's better to be prepared as to, how to better handle it for representatives that can't be present, or for call to the public, anybody that still wants to participate, that we keep the easiness of participating virtually. That way people don't miss out on the meeting. So again, I think it's a great idea to be prepared, and I'm really excited to be co-sponsoring this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. Representative Molinar?
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to maybe possibly make an amendment to this. The backup documentation basically states City Council meetings. I would like to include the work session meetings and any special City Council meetings to that effect. If we're going to do one, we should probably just go ahead and do all 3 of them. That's my input.
Thank you, Representative Molinar. Anyone else? Representative Lizarraga?
Thank you, Mayor Leeser.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salcido, for bringing this item and putting it on the agenda. I think it's really important, as my colleagues had mentioned, to give the public the opportunity to be able to call in. I know that if somebody's at work, for example, it's really difficult for somebody to take off from work and go down to City Hall to sign up for public comment. So I think, oh gosh, now there's an echo. I believe some of us are having problems. But anyways, I think it's a really good solution, a good alternative to be able to give that to the public, that they could still be able to call in virtually with their comments. It's really important for us to be able to hear from all the community, their thoughts. So thank you, Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Schwartzbein?
I'm just seeking some clarification for this item a little bit. The intent of this item is to, what exactly? You said there was 2 different ways about, I guess I'm trying to understand the intent of this item. It's to basically regulate the ability for council and the public to still remain virtual. I don't know, Mayor, if that question can be relayed to the members who placed the item on the agenda.
I can speak on that. This is really just to be able to be proactive and being able to allow for City Council members in the future to be virtual if need be so, but also for the public to be allowed to chime in virtually. Like you've seen many times, a lot of our constituents can't make it to City Council to chime in on some items, so we want to allow them to have this opportunity to continue this virtual forum for them to be able to chime in during City Council meetings in the future.
I also would make a friendly suggestion, similar to Representative Molinar, about also including language or the ability for appointed boards and commissions as well.
Thank you.
City Point, can you all hear me or no?
Yeah, you're coming in and out. Keep going, sir.
Just basically to include language to provide city-appointed, city-run boards and commissions with flexibility as well. I think one of the things that we've also seen from the pandemic, with a lot of programming going virtual, it's actually increased the audiences and participation from a lot of members of our community, which for a variety of reasons don't necessarily have as much of an ability to attend some of these programs and events and boards. And so I think that that's also something to consider as well, as we sort of evolve during the pandemic, also to look at and include in language for boards and commissions as well.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzbein. I have a question for Ms. Neiman, and I think it's important that we do start meeting in person and the reason why I'm saying that is that the governor, when Ms. Prine reads the beginning of our meeting, she does say based on the governor's open meetings, they've waived the open meetings rules. So I want to make sure that we're within the guidelines of the state by us taking this vote. And number two, is it required, and I tried to find this out, that we have a quorum live once it's set up for us to be able to meet live. And the third statement I'd like to make is that it's important that we do meet in person. I understand if there's a medical emergency or some type of emergency that we have the ability to meet virtual, so we do have everybody, the participation, since we need to make sure we continue to represent our constituents. So my question to Ms. Neiman is, are we required to have a quorum live once that is we move to that type of meeting? I tried to look it up and find that, and I would like some clarification on that, please, Ms. Neiman.
Yes, Mayor. Under the Texas Open Meetings Act, the council is required to meet in physical presence up to a quorum. So even if you wanted to appear virtually, no more than 4 members of council could appear virtually. Once the Texas Open Meetings Act is back to in its full effect. And then as to the boards and commissions, there are some boards and commissions that are created by ordinance that have attendance requirements that are created by ordinance. So if council is directing us to come back with those amendments, they would take a little longer.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have to have a quorum live before we could conduct a meeting once the governor lifts the restrictions.
Correct.
And that's going to be really important then, depending on the action taken by council, that people would request to do it, because at some point, if we don't have that type of procedure, we will end up not having a quorum and not being able to have a city council meeting, which would be a shame that we would have to postpone a meeting due to lack of quorum. And I do urge city council members that once we are able to come back to meetings, that we do meet in person as soon as it's safe. That's the most important part. And I know we've talked a lot about safety, and as soon as it's safe, that we do move forward with that and only use that as an emergency procedure. And I agree with Representative Salcido to bring it up, to be prepared, but I'll make sure that that is part of what we're doing, because it's important, again, and I'm starting to repeat myself, so I'll stop, that we do meet in person when we have the ability. Thank you.
Mayor, may I speak?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted some clarification from Carla, just so I understand. I know that Representative Molinar mentioned he wanted special meetings. I just want to make sure the way the language is written, does it include special meetings and all the meetings he spoke of?
I'm sorry, Representative, you broke up at the end of your question.
I was asking on Representative Molinar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I keep saying I actually have bad reception. It keeps like lighting up. So I apologize if you all can't hear me. I just wanted to clarify if basically city council meeting addresses every meeting, like special council meeting, the agenda review, on the way I've written it on this agenda.
Right. So under the Texas Open Meetings Act, the meeting of council is when there's a quorum present. So a meeting of council includes the quorum. You don't need to specify work session, city council, or special meetings. It's a quorum of the body.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that's included in there. So with that, I motion to approve.
Yeah, the only thing I want to, and I apologize for right there, that we do put on, you know, the rules that council does request to be able to go virtual, so we can make sure that we do have a quorum moving forward. Because if all of a sudden we come and we don't have a quorum because some of the council members decide that they could make it for whatever reason, then again we would have to postpone a council meeting. And that would be really bad. So I do urge the council members, and I don't know if that, Ms. Neiman, that needs to be a part of the rule, that they would submit for virtual, to attend the meeting virtually.
Right, Mayor. We'll make sure to include language, but pursuant to state law, that is assumed, right? So council is on notice that they're required to be in person to have a meeting of council.
And if they do want to do a virtual, they do have to request, so we make sure we have a quorum. Is that okay, Representative Salcido?
Yes.
So under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Mayor, they would need to notify that they are attending virtually, because it's a requirement that we post that on the face of the agenda, like we have been doing in the last year. You see, every time we post an agenda, the language lists everybody that will be attending virtually, so that would not change. But in order to comply with that, they would need to notify us, and then we would need to post it on the language of the agenda. If it's not posted, they are required to attend in person.
Perfect. I appreciate that. With that, Representative Schwartzbein, and I know that. Go ahead, sir.
I need to know if the language as it currently states extends to boards and commissions, and if not, if I can make a friendly amendment to include the same rules to apply to city-run boards and commissions as well. I don't know if this is for Representative Salcido or for Carla or Ms. Brown.
So the boards and commissions already comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act as a matter of policy. So all boards and commissions are held to the same standard that council operates under.
Would this item as it's currently written address boards and commissions, or would it need to be amended?
If council wants to include the language, you can. There are specific boards and commissions that are created by state requirements that have the obligation to comply with TOMA, separate and apart.
So I guess I would ask Representative Salcido or others if they would be open towards a friendly amendment to include language to include boards and commissions.
So they're held to the same standards we are, correct, Ms. Neiman, is what you're saying?
Yes.
So it's included in there.
We can add additional language, Mayor Pro Tem, that will include boards and commissions.
Okay.
Thank you. And with that, I know we have a motion by Representative Salcido. I didn't hear a second.
Second.
And Representative Salcido, will you please state your motion again to make sure I have it correct?
So the motion remains the same as that you have on the agenda, but just adding the boards and commissions if it's allowed to be added.
I think there was an amendment made by the Pro Tem and second by Rep. Hernandez to amend it. Do we need to vote on that first?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, will you state your amendment, please?
To add to the existing language, boards and commissions.
Is there a second on that?
There was by Rep. Hernandez.
Second by Rep. Hernandez.
No, she seconded the original motion. I just want to make sure we got a motion on. Okay.
Second.
There, now we have a motion. A motion and a second?
Okay, so this is for an amendment, and Representative Salcido, I need to make sure that I have your motion correct. So your motion is to amend the rules of order to allow members of the public to continue to address council virtually and telephonically, and to allow members of council to also appear virtually and telephonically at city council meetings after all provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act are reinstated. Is that correct? Okay, and the amendment is to also include meetings of boards and commissions. On the amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartz.
Before we move forward, I'd like to, Representative Hernandez, do you have a question?
Correct. So the amendment that you're making right now, Mayor Pro Tem, is for item 1, correct? Or is it for item 1 and 2? Excuse me, item 20 and 1 and 2. So I just want to clarify it because it makes a difference. Or is it for both?
I guess it would be for whichever one would be germane.
Because I mean, so if a member of the public wanted to call in for a CPC meeting, let's say, not be present, but they wanted to call in, that would apply to number 1. But if a member of the CPC board, if they wanted to attend virtually, that would be item 2.
Yes, so it would be for both. It would be for both.
Okay.
Because I think, again, keeping in mind with what the Texas Open Meetings Act required, that you have at least a quorum in person, it still gives the flexibility of members, again, if they give enough time, a heads up, as the same as a city council member, that they could still attend.
Okay, so then this action would then go to legal, and then you all would have to bring forward some ordinances for the boards and commission.
So if I may, we would include language on the proposed amendment that allows boards and commissions to include virtual attendance as allowed by TOMA. But what I want to clarify is the rules of order don't apply to boards and commissions. So it's a stretch for you all to want to include language for boards and commissions. This document governs the way that council comports itself and runs its meetings. By policy, all of our ordinances or resolutions or bylaws for specific boards and commissions include language for TOMA in regards to how they hold their meetings. So I just want you to bear in mind that you would be radically amending this document to now include boards and commissions. But we can include language that says and allow boards and commissions to include virtual appearance as allowed by TOMA, because we've done it as a matter of policy historically.
Okay, so you're comfortable with that action. It just we just need to understand that the rules of orders do not dictate the boards and commissions. Okay.
Correct.
And then my second question is, it's my understanding that TOMA allows for virtual attendance. And we've done it before the emergency directives. We've done it before the governor's emergency orders. And I think since I've been in council, I've seen Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein attend virtually, and we had his little monitor on top of his desk, and his head was there. And so TOMA, it's allowed, correct? So correct. I just didn't understand the conversation about quorum. So I just wanted to understand, if you're present virtually and your face appears at the dais, then you still have quorum?
Correct. So under the Texas Open Meetings Act, the law allows you to attend virtually. The requirement is that you notify the clerk that you're attending virtually so that it is properly posted on the face of the agenda. And then we have the capacity. Part of the requirement is that the city has to prove that we have the technological ability to have two-way communication, which is what we've been doing now. Right? In the past, we didn't have the two-way communication, but we can do it now. Okay. And then what I would caution you is that I don't believe that the way that we've interpreted TOMA in the past is clear as to attending meetings virtually may become the norm. And in terms of how TOMA is interpreted, in the past, there had been situations where you needed to show that there was some sort of emergency that forbid you from being present, and it was a higher standard. I think that because of the pandemic, we've been able to show that a quorum of council can appear virtually and still comply with the purpose and the intent of TOMA, which is to allow people to have dialogue with their elected officials.
Okay, thank you for the added clarification. I know you already talked about it. I just needed to really understand. And thank you, Representative Salcido and co-sponsors. Happy to support this initiative today.
Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Just because I guess I get a little confused with the boards and commission, but from what Ms. Neiman said or explained, we would have to change ordinances and there would be a lot more to do. So
No,
wanted to ask,
I thought you said it would be a simple sentence to change.
Will you allow her to finish, sir, please? Go ahead, Representative Salcido.
My apologies.
yeah, so I guess I wanted to get clarification if there is processes, I think a little bit more cumbersome processes, if we could direct staff to come back with those processes so we could understand and be able to take the right action, or is it a simple sentence, Ms. Neiman, that can just fit into this?
We will include language in the rules of order that says the boards and commissions are required to comply with TOMA for virtual attendance.
Okay. That sounds good then. That answers my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Salcido. And with that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, there is a motion and a second to amend the item to include virtual participation and attendance by boards and commissions in compliance with TOMA. Is that correct, Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmeyer.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Nay.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay. Now there is a motion by Representative Salcido, seconded by Representative Rodriguez, to approve the action on item number 20 to amend the City's Council's adopted rules of order to allow members of the public to continue to address the Council virtually and telephonically, and to also allow Council members to appear virtually and telephonically at a City Council meeting after the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act are reinstated, and this also includes the amendment for boards and commissions. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmeyer.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Nay.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay.
And again, I do ask council to please, we need to do every effort possible to attend the meetings as scheduled, live meetings. And I think this has been, as far as the Open Meetings Act, we did have this available prior to us taking action. So I think it's important that we continue to be live in meetings when possible and uses for extreme need only. So I thank you all for it. Thank you. With that, Ms. Prine, we go to item 21, which I know Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmeyer has been on the edge of his seat waiting for this item.
Yes, Mayor, we move to the operational focus updates. Item 21 is an update on airport projects, achievements, and initiatives.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sam Rodriguez, Director of the Airport. Michael, if you can bring a presentation up, please. Today we're going to give you an update on the operations update for the airport. It's going to be a partnership presentation with Jessica Herrera. She's going to share with you specifically how the airport fits into the city's overall economic development strategies. We're going to talk about the air service development, passenger recovery efforts that we have, our operations update, and discuss a little bit about what we have planned from an economic development standpoint in the development side of the house, as well as talk about the CIP, the 5-year CIP for the airport, which is an item that's part of the agenda today. Next slide, please. So the airport is part of Vision Block, Vibrant Regional Economy under goal number 1. We're critical to the economic activity for the region and the city. We're specifically part of goal 1.1, stabilize and expand El Paso's tax base. We have over 1,700 acres of available land for development, and we're going to be very critical as we move forward as far as expansion of attracting additional businesses to the area. And then 1.4, which is to grow the core business of air transportation with the expanded airport development. Next slide. This is the agenda for the presentation. Again, Jessica is going to cover the economic development strategies and how the airport fits into the city's policies and initiatives. Talk about the air service, the brand. One of the biggest efforts that we started when the pandemic started is to really start to develop the airport as a destination for the city. We have 7 hotels on property, a lot of parking areas, and a lot of public spaces with a great inventory of public art. So it's a great opportunity for us to really start targeting and using and program the airport as an amenity for the region so that it becomes a destination, especially given the amount of food and beverage offerings along the Airways corridor with additional hotels along that road as well. And talk about the budget update as well as the 5-year CIP. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Jessica now. She's going to cover the next several slides. Jessica.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jessica Herrera with Economic Development. And I think, as Sam mentioned, one of the areas that we're intricately involved with the airport is really to focus our efforts to continue to attract, retain, and expand investment opportunities. We consider the airport a very important target area. Earlier this year, you approved a Chapter 380 incentive policy that really gives us a guide. It gives us an opportunity to focus our efforts and align them with the city's strategic plan. When you look at areas such as growing and retaining our veteran employment opportunities, continuing to grow our wages, continuing to partner with our higher education partners, all of these efforts really coincide with what we're seeing happen at the airport with the proximity to Fort Bliss, with the proximity of opportunities for investment that we've seen in the last year. We know that as we continue to move forward, we have targeted industry sectors that are very closely aligned in everything that we do. And when you look at the airport property and you look at the opportunities that exist currently, we are seeing continued and tremendous growth in the area of advanced logistics. We do have a presence, a very strong presence of business support services, as well as distribution and fulfillment center operations some are breaking ground. I'll go into a little bit of that a little later into the presentation, as well as opportunities for advanced manufacturing, and also a very strong focus, specifically at the airport within aerospace and defense opportunities. Again, these are very targeted, and again, we look at opportunities to really continue to grow and strengthen our workforce in the area. If we go to the next slide. As we continue to work, in strengthening the airport as an asset, and that really plays into the benefit that we see when we structure any partnership with a company. We really try to focus on not just growing jobs, but actually giving people an opportunity to grow their career and to continue to keep and grow our talent here in El Paso. We continue to understand that it's important to expand our tax base and continue to really focus our efforts in increasing the number of commercial businesses that are paying taxes. Again, this is an opportunity to also provide relief to that residential taxpayer. We're seeing continued investment. Even throughout this pandemic, we've seen continued investment, and specific to the airport, we saw a very significant opportunity that's really going to be a catalyst as we work our way over the next few years. Next slide. And as we know, competition is continuing to increase. It's really a globally competitive environment that we have to situate ourselves in. So when we recognize that we have to continue to grow our toolbox in economic development, we know that even smaller communities, I have an example here, Frisco, Texas, they continue to be a competitive market, even though from a population standpoint they're a lot smaller, but they also are able to leverage other assets that even though we don't have here in our market, we need to be very focused, very strategic, and continue to leverage every opportunity and then every partnership that we can to ensure that we continue to retain and attract investment. Next slide. We've seen that we've had continued growth over the last 5 years, just a snapshot of more than 13,800 jobs, over $1 billion in investment. But when we see these efforts, and specifically, something to be said, if we go to the next slide, in terms of the efforts that we're seeing to continue to not only bring in those jobs and investment opportunities, but continue to grow our wages. We're seeing that over the last 6 years, you've seen our wages grow from median county wage of about $12.38 to $14 an hour. So we know that our policy is working. We know that as we continue to grow our jobs, we're continuing to upskill, reskill, and continue to attract competitive wages to be able to continue to attract and expand our workforce opportunities. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that our efforts are not just to attract new companies. Go ahead and go to the next slide. They're not just meant to attract new business opportunities, but we're also focusing our efforts on enhancing our existing business opportunities. We saw what and how important it was, especially during the pandemic, to reach out to our existing businesses. SDI Technologies, Technomark, Charter Communications, Fred Loya are a number of businesses that have been in this market for many years. They've strengthened and continued to grow, and we're continuing to partner with them as we move forward. But in the pandemic over the last year, you saw a significant increase. I talked about a catalyst for the airport. TJX is an example, and Sam will continue to provide a little bit more with that throughout the presentation. But I'll tell you, the $150 million investment, the 950 jobs, and the opportunity to strengthen this logistics and distribution center sector for the airport is going to be an important asset for us, and we're going to continue to see the indirect investment that it'll attract in terms of just the other supply chain opportunities. Next slide. When you look at the opportunities, I'm going to focus on two sectors in particular, just because when you look at the airport, we're really closely focused on our manufacturing sector. That really closely aligns an opportunity for a distribution center, fulfillment center, as we continue to see a strong transition into an e-commerce environment. We have more than $39 billion in annual purchases from the manufacturing sector, yet we only retain about 3 to 4% within this region. So if we can continue to grow that supply and buyer opportunity within the region, we're going to continue to see a significant increase of that particular user at the airport, specifically just because of the capabilities that the airport can provide to what these users are needing. Next slide. You see that as a region and as a hub for manufacturing, we're fairly strong. We're also very competitive when you look at just the overall employment and how we're ranked 5th in the country in terms of a strong opportunity to continue to further upskill and reskill that employment into what is going to be seeing a shift in terms of what automation, other areas in AI and others will continue to impact this advanced manufacturing capability. Next slide. So when you look at the other industry sector that we're closely aligned, and when we're focused on the airport, we see an opportunity also in the aerospace and defense, and a very specific focus and partnership with assets such as Fort Bliss, White Sands Missile Range. We also see an opportunity once you see the opening of the William Beaumont Army Medical Center. That's going to be a significant catalyst. You saw what the hospital did out in the northwest side of the city with Tenet when it opened, and the amount of development that we saw from a commercial, residential, industrial development that took place. We're going to continue to see that type of development also across the airport and across that area. So we also need to be very closely tied into the TxDOT improvements that are happening also and that are in the works, as well as those that we're going to have to make sure that we secure from a public infrastructure standpoint. But when you look at the assets and capabilities that we have and the fact that the proximity to those are really closely tied into the airport, I mean, you see that it's a no-brainer really for us to continue to attract this type of user, this type of manufacturer. We're continuing to work with partner organizations. We have a very specific strategy with UTEP, with our El Paso Chamber, and with other organizations, to mention El Paso Community College and others that are very closely tied into the aerospace and defense supply chain companies. We're seeing even technical schools like Western Tech, for example, putting in curriculums that are specifically focused on ensuring that we have a workforce that will have the tools that they need to be able to work within this area. When you look at the opportunities that we see with our soldiers as they transition out of the military, most of these soldiers already have the opportunity to work in these types of companies that most of them will require some level of security clearance. And so that already gives us an edge in terms of being able to secure a strong, and continue to grow a strong veteran workforce. So next, we go to the next slide. We see that, there's continued efforts, there's continued initiatives that we're very focused on and working closely with the airport. And we're going to continue to see growth as users like TJ Maxx put a shovel in the ground here in the very near future.
Thank you, Jessica. The next several slides are going to cover our passenger recovery numbers. Since the pandemic started, El Paso has recovered passengers at a higher rate compared to the national average. Nationally, leisure travel has really driven the demand for air service across the nation, and we saw that here more recently in spring break and some of the preliminary numbers that we're seeing for the summer. But within the region, Fort Bliss has really impacted our passenger counts positively. Once we started to see troop movement in and out of the airport, our numbers started to kick up again at a much higher average than the national average. Next slide. This is a really great slide to show you how we've been inching closer to 2019 numbers. The purple line at the top is 2019 numbers, where we had record numbers for passengers at our airport over the last decade. You saw the dark blue in March, where we had the big dip because of COVID and the pandemic with the lack of passengers in and around the area. And then, of course, the green is what we're working towards here in 2021. And based on the number of flights that we have booked for June, it's looking like a great summer and a great recovery for us. Next slide. This is a slide that's been provided by some of our national industry sectors where they're projecting the passengers numbers to come back to 2019 levels up until 2024. And this is critical for us. This kind of information is very critical for us because as we work very closely with Robert Cortinas and our financial model for the airport, we need to be very strategic about where we spend the money that we do have, how we leverage the federal dollars that you'll see here in a minute that we're getting from the various acts that have been passed nationally, and how we're able to support and use those funds to further our strategy, specifically to the development along Global Reach and the 601 corridor, in addition to maintaining the airport and our asset to ensure that the airlines have a cost-effective airport to operate out of. Next slide. 2 weeks ago, we announced, we had a great announcement. Charlotte was a new destination on our map. It's a city that we did not have prior to the pandemic. So it really speaks to the opportunity and the potential that the airlines see in our area. For the month of June, all the cities that you see on this map have been brought back for service, to include Orlando and San Diego. Those are available now for bookings on Allegiant for the month of June. And of course, Charlotte will begin new flights in August of this year. And we continue to do a lot of effort on the air service development. Next slide. We've been meeting with airlines, sending them emails, regular updates. Announcements like the TJ Maxx or the Fulfillment Center for Amazon are critical information to these airlines as they plan out their schedules. They typically plan out their schedules 5-6 months ahead of time. Through the pandemic, they were very nimble, adding additional flights or canceling flights if the demand was not there. But these kinds of information, the economic development, troop movement, and everything that's happening within our region is critical for them so that they can set up and assign aircraft to our airport to ensure that we're able to accommodate the demands for our region. Excuse me. In June, we'll be traveling out to Orlando to meet with a lot of these airlines. We continuously have meetings with them. We had a meeting with a Mexican carrier last week as we continue discussions to provide that Mexico service that's been talked about for many years. Next slide. As I stated earlier, one of our goals as we move forward, especially through the pandemic, is to really establish the airport as a destination for our city. We have great assets, public spaces, 7 hotels, restaurants. So we started things like movies on the fly. We had food trucks on the fly through the pandemic and socially distanced scenarios. October Nightlights was a really great program that was started with our PIO office here. Because of the lack of homecoming events at the high schools, for the various high schools, we actually had every night in October or September, we had the airport light up for the various colors of the different high schools throughout our region. And a lot of them took advantage. They came out, took pictures, great pictures here for memories for the high schools. We have the Elevate project going on right now. Of course, the holiday lights continue to be part of the events that happen in San Jacinto Plaza as a satellite location here at the airport. And it's greatly attended as well. Next slide. Really proud to announce an award that we received for our PIO office. In 2019, we had a program that was Animals on Approach. It was a collaboration with El Paso Zoo, where El Paso Zoo brought animals out to the airport and have these animals greet and meet the passengers coming in and out of the airport. And we received the Communications and Customer Service Award for our airport. Next slide. We also have a new program, additional 2 dogs that came into our airport, 2 new canine teams. These new teams are really great for us because right now our canine teams basically go out there and inspect cargo facilities or cargo coming into the airport. With the new capabilities of canine teams, they're able to also screen passengers. This is very critical for us as we move into a higher demand here for the summer. They'll be able to screen passengers during those peak times so that, in essence, all those passengers that are screened by these canine teams will be able to be determined as pre-check customers, so they won't have to take off their shoes. They won't have to go through the extra process that we typically go through. And again, this is a great capability that we have. We have 4 of these canine teams now, and another one will scheduled to come on the way in 2022. Next slide. This is another great program that our operations team has been working on. It's a drone detection system in collaboration with UTEP and various other agencies. Part of what we're going to be seeing in the future is drone technology, service delivery, and whatnot. And so it's really critical for us to be able to ensure that we have a safe airspace for the airlines to operate out of, as well as protect additional aircraft that may come about in our area. And so this program is state of the art. It's one of the most advanced in the nation that we've been able to leverage in collaboration with UTEP grants, additional equipment with federal agencies that allows us to really set us up for as a test bed for drone technology, as well as to allow for things like we had UTEP, we had Walmart deliver a COVID test back in November of 2020, and it was all allowed or enabled, if you will, by this program that we have. Next slide. Our budgets, and this is another area that we're going to be talking about here for fiscal year 22, but our budgets are typically made up of non-aeronautical revenue. These are things like the industrial parks, the southern industrial parks, the land leases that we have throughout the airport. It makes up about 54% of our revenue, and aeronautical revenue makes about 46%. And so when we see passengers come down in numbers, our aeronautical revenue is impacted tremendously. And we saw that in fiscal years 2019 and 20, where we saw our budgets impacted by over $8 million each of those 2 years. Next slide. As we got the federal stimulus dollars from CARES, the CRISA, and then the new one that was just passed, we were able to leverage those dollars to really continue to make the airport an attractive airport for the airlines to operate out of. And one of the things that we report as one of the key indicators, if you will, for the airport is our landing fee rate for the airlines and our cost per airplane passenger. And you see the numbers here on the top left. We kept it at 181, very, very competitive. And so when airlines are making decisions on where to send the aircraft, if they have the same demand, for example, at El Paso or Tucson, if we have a lower cost for them to operate out of, that means a higher margin for them. That means getting the aircraft to El Paso rather than somewhere else. And so this is really important for us. It's something that we look to be very strategic to ensure that we have these numbers moving forward. From budget for 21 for this year, we budgeted for 37.5% of passenger counts compared to 2019, and that's why you see that 1145. We far surpassed that number in terms of our recovery. We're hovering above 50% now when it comes to fiscal year 21. So this number 1141 is strictly a result of the denominator, which is the amount of passengers that we have, and that number's gone down once we true it up. Next slide. These are the federal programs and what the airport has received in federal money. The coronavirus, the initial one that was approved, we received $15.4 million, and that was, again, much needed. As I stated, we saw revenue losses of over $8 million at the airport. Everything from concessions to parking to hotels was impacted from a revenue standpoint. And so we were able to leverage those $15.4 million to augment our revenues and keep our operations going and cost effective for the airlines. The CRISA grant has already been executed, and that's $5.5 million that we received additional. And then with the most recent one was the American Rescue Plan Act. We're scheduled to receive an additional $15.6 million. That's a total of over $37 million that we're scheduled to get to keep our operations going. And this is very critical for us at this time. As you'll see here in a minute, we have a very aggressive CIP, and so we'll be able to leverage these federal dollars to augment our revenues and allow us to really continue to invest into our assets, into the airfield, to our terminal, as well as continue and begin the development along the 601 corridor as well as the Global Reach corridor. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Terry Sharp, who's going to talk a little bit about the projects and some of the agreements that we've been able to accomplish here over the past year. Terry? You there, Terry? Okay. Well, let me get started with this one. One of the things...
Sam, I've got it. We had a computer glitch in the other office. Thank you. Morning, Mayor and Council. Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. Just like to talk about some of the many things going on at the airport that have happened over the past year and how our focus has been on keeping the ball moving forward during the whole pandemic. So I'd like to start with the golf course over at Butterfield. Now, we recognize that the golf course closed in March of 20, and right at the beginning of the pandemic, we knew that year over year the golf course had been losing money, and it became especially critical as the pandemic started. And although we kept watering the course throughout, we had to find a new method of operation, from a reimbursable contract to a concession-based contract. We found a partner in Spirit Golf Management who could do the job for us. It's turned out very well. The course opened in August. We're having full rounds Thursday through Sunday right now. The course is in great shape. Food and beverage and alcohol service has been reestablished. The restaurant's open till 8 o'clock at night. We're operating at a profit now, and for the 20 years of the term, our 10-year term with our 10-year additional option, we're projecting a net revenue stream of $24.5 million from what was habitually a $1 million per year loss. Next slide, please. Certainly, as Jessica mentioned earlier, one of the biggest things that we were able to bring to town was the Marmax deal. And having the distribution center for TJ Maxx and Marshalls and Home Goods in El Paso is huge for us. 200 acres of land to the airport is certainly our largest development to date. The jobs, the $150 million investment, just a great thing for the city. And I want to stress, this didn't happen without the strategic partnership that exists between the airport, economic development, Borderplex, and really the support of council in moving this whole process forward. So we're very proud of it. Marmax has now applied for permits. Their design is complete. We're finalizing our comments on that. So I would expect ground to be broken here within the next 90 days. Next slide. You can see that even during the downturn of passenger activities, our efforts were focused on development throughout our property. And I'm going to go through some of these slides, but just to hit on all over the airport, all over our 7,000 acres, we were busy reaching out, making deals, and bringing long-term deals that we had been working on for a length of time to fruition. Next slide, please. Certainly, the Millionaire FBO project was a huge win for El Paso. It put the airport in a different league as far as business jet travel and brought us to a par with airports Austin, DFW, Houston, San Antonio. It's just a game changer for us. Atlantic Aviation already existed. They had invested significant dollars in their hangars over the past 5 years. Millionaire just complements that with a 5-star luxury FBO and the services that provides. Also, $42,000 in ground rent per year. So, welcome addition, and competition between the FBOs on the airport is absolutely necessary. Next slide. Thank you. Circle K coming in at Montana and Hawkins. Another win for a property that had been vacant for so long. And it recognizes the importance of that corner and the Boeing bypass that a lot of people use every day in getting to work. So it replaces a facility that's across the street, modern, many gas pumps, a lot of amenities in a modern C-store package. So we're pleased that that's coming along. I drove by there the other day, and I expect them to be open probably around Memorial Day. Region 19, longtime airport tenant. Certainly they do all of the training for all of the school districts in El Paso and Hudspeth County. They recognized that they were short of space, and they brought a design concept to us about 2 years ago, and this is built to smart code. We're so pleased with the way it's being constructed, and 50,000 square feet of conference space up top, a 5-story parking garage with 650 parking spaces, built to smart code. We look for mixed-use development in that area, and this is truly, I think, a kickoff to all of the development that we're believing is going to come along with EPISD moving out of their tract directly to the west on Boeing Drive. This should be completed in October of this year. Next slide, please. And you can see right there what's going on daily. It's certainly a hub of activity, and we're looking forward to that opening very soon. The FedEx UPS expansion, certainly cargo has been a bright spot throughout the whole pandemic. As you might expect, package delivery was way up as many of the stores had limited access during the shutdown. UPS has increased their space on the air side from 2 aircraft parking spaces to 4, picking up an additional 125,000 square feet. This is $90,000 per year more in their rental rate to the airport. FedEx under roof increased by 6,300 square feet. That's $51,000 a year in additional rent, and they also extended their lease for 10 years. I was informed earlier this week that DHL also has expansion plans in the works right now. They have a senior VP for land and contracts out this week to tour the facility. So we're reaching our plan that started 20 years ago when we built the cargo buildings, to have them full, active, and just going full tilt as we move into the next decade. So, next slide, please. Out in front of the building, our directive from the city manager and city council was always to create a sense of place at the airport. And with all the enhancements that had come along with Airway Boulevard coming up from I-10 and all the work that had gone into refurbishing that area, our landscape needed a facelift as well. And I'm proud to say that we completed that last year, and it's been well received. We've done a lot of work out front just to make our house, our front door, look so much better, and I'll show you that in the next few slides here. You can see just the major walkway out from the porte cochere out to the equestrian statue, and also all of the 10-foot sidewalks that meander through next to our parking lots to create walkability to our hotels and restaurants on property. We also have 3 walking paths out there going up to 2.2 miles, and we also have an exercise facility out there. So our hotel guests, our passengers, our workers here at the airport can all take part in that. Additionally, we made major enhancements to curbside, which allowed us to segment traffic a little better. We were able to bring our TNCs into one area with shaded parking. Our taxi cabs have shaded parking, as well as our hotel shuttles and Sun Metro. They also have shaded areas for passengers to wait. And it really took a lot of congestion off of curbside. So we're very pleased with that. And it was truly a labor of love, this project, because as it grew, we could see what was happening and how well it was received by the public. So now that it's finished, we couldn't be prouder of it. Next slide. That led us to Convair Road and parking lot improvements across from the Conrack. After the Conrack was finished and the administrative offices and the quick turn facility was established, the buildings that occupied along Convair Road and across from our cargo building were demoed. First step in this process in developing that vacant area right now was an enhancement of the curbside areas along Convair Road all the way down to Airway Boulevard. So this was paid for with customer facility funds, and we designed a new parking lot for our Conrack employees, street and drainage improvements, and the new 10-foot sidewalks. These are part of the walking path as well. Next slide. And there you can just see this was set up during our holidays, and we had some lighting going on. It's typically our white lighting right now, but you can see just how the whole street looks so much better now than it did. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back over to Sam. Sam will talk about the little development that we've got going on our lands throughout the airport.
Thank you, Terry. So what we're looking at and what we're working on as far as new initiatives for in 21 and as we move into 22, when we gear up for the budget for next fiscal year, we're looking at the development opportunities and branding initiatives. So really outlining our different neighborhoods throughout the airport. We're envisioning the Crosswinds Entertainment District. That's the area that would be right to the west of the Region 19 facility that Terry went over. Our Butterfield Industrial Park, really branding that and really working with the existing tenants to ensure their long-term success will be critical for us. The 601 corridor, with the hospital opening up for Beaumont out in that area, and you'll see a map here in a minute, it's going to be a great opportunity for developers to be able to do good development out there. And then the Boeing Business District, and really working very closely with them. So we're working on land use plans. We have a consultant that's going to help us do the master development behind it. We're looking for, obviously, for partnerships with the existing local developers as well as Borderplex and economic development. And really, again, to really the whole focus behind it, to develop the airport as a destination for our city. Next slide. This is a great map of what we're talking about from a Crosswinds Entertainment District. So we have the 24 acres that EPISD is going to vacate to the west of Region 19. It's a great opportunity for the development. The 10 acres on Boeing and Airways is another one that's a very attractive project, very attractive site. We envision food and beverage hotel that would happen here. And of course, the area that was vacated, the 10 acres where you see the C-store and the hotel, we want to be able to capture the rental car business for fuel and convenience store at this location, as well as an additional hotel that would basically flank the terminal to the left on your screen, and then an additional hotel site, a 4-acre site to the right of your screen, which would be to the east. That 4-acre hotel site, we're envisioning a multi-story hotel that would have a rooftop overview of the airfield. A really great amenity and opportunity to really capture a lot of business, not just for passengers coming in and out, but again, as a destination to be able to go and do plane spotting. That there's a big crowd out there that's a big fan of that, and it's a great opportunity for us to take advantage of. Next slide. This is what we call the 601 corridor. At the top over 601, the military hospital is scheduled to open. You see the TJ Maxx, the Marmax facility, that's between George Perry and Cottonwoods, and then our golf course. We've laid out a preliminary roadway network to really start to sell to developers and to understand how the transportation connectivity is going to work here. The highway, Montana, the control section, will have direct connectors onto Global Reach, so we'll provide great connectivity to this area. It's over 1,700 acres of available land for development, and we're obviously in discussions with many interested parties and working in conjunction with Jessica. But we envision a mixed-use development with food and beverage offerings to the hospital, possible hotel that would serve both the golf course and the hospital, in addition to the additional industrial development along the 601 corridor, and then additional focus down by Montana for commercial development. That's all zoned C4. So again, great opportunity. And of course, on the other side of Global Reach, to the west, is all aviation development. There's a great opportunity there, as Jessica mentioned, the aeronautical air defense industry, high advanced manufacturing is a great opportunity for folks to come in here to develop, do R&D, and obviously manufacturing is something that we're going to be marketing with and moving forward. Of course, to build the infrastructure, we've heard feedback from potential developers that we need to get these developments, these sites, as closely as we can to be shovel ready, so that somebody comes in, says we want to build a 60,000 square foot facility or a 600,000 square foot facility, that utilities are on site, that the roadway network is built out. And that's going to be critical and part of our focus that you'll see where we've added a project to the CIP. And the reason that we're presenting to you all today is that we want to include funds, airport enterprise funds, to be able to start to design on some of this roadway and infrastructure. The other piece of it is the construction costs that are associated with this. And so we're going to be looking to bring back, next slide, to bring back to council in the near future a TERS that would help support the roadway network and the infrastructure. We heard very clear again from potential tenants or developers that the roadway, the infrastructure, utility extensions are all critical to them. The entitlement process needs to be taken care of so that when somebody wants to come in and move in their facility, they want to be able to design a building in their parking lot and start construction quickly without having to wait for utility extensions and roadways and whatnot. This is something that we're going to be briefing council in the near future and bringing that back again as an opportunity for us to provide that cash flow and be able to build out the roadway network to see that development come to fruition. Next slide. Terry, you want to cover the CIP, please?
Yes, sir. Next slide, Michael. Council, we're going to be bringing this to you as item 36 for approval today, but we brought this back to you in January at the first meeting for approval. We've added some items to it since then that really focused on the land development that Sam had mentioned earlier and some other improvements here on the property. One of them, you can see there highlighted, is the Ameristar hangar improvements. We, after Ameristar left, we took possession of that building. We are remodeling it now to return it into a profitable business center for us for business aircraft. Also, monies into the Global Trade Center area, and that is enhancement of our infrastructure along Global Reach. You can see there Burt Williams Iron Dust Off. This is part of a DAG grant that we're working with Fort Bliss to secure to enhance accessibility into the William Beaumont Army Medical Center. And also along Terminal Drive, repaving outside of the curbside areas going down to Airway Boulevard, and some necessary improvements on the bridge that exists out there. And then also some monies dedicated to Conrac. The building's now about 5 years old, so it's time to invest a little more money into that. Next slide. In our 5-year CIP, we certainly stress more than anything is how we can leverage federal dollars and what we can bring in from the federal government to enhance our projects and really carry most of the weight for the project. And you can see here $69 million of leveraged federal dollars between entitlement, discretionary, and supplemental, with the remainder coming from airport enterprise funds, passenger facility charge funds, and customer facility charge funds. So we've worked very hard at increasing that federal share.
Terry, if I can add on that slide, Michael, come back. I really want to recognize Terry and his team, Michael and Shane. They've been working the FAA for a lot of extra money on our capital program. Historically, we get our entitlement funds. These are the funds that come through the AIP program, where we get an allocation based on the number of passengers that we have here at the airport, and that's typically around $5 million. So if you account for the 5-year CIP, our entitlement funds will be about $25 million. And through the work that Terry and the team has done, putting data together, information, analytics based on our master plan, a lot of great data. The city manager talks about this all the time. We want to let the data speak for itself. All that data that's been submitted to the FAA has really brought us an additional over $40 million that we're scheduled to get over the next 5 years to address a lot of the safety and pavement and infrastructure in our airfield. And again, that's money that we had to work for. Terry and his team put a lot of effort into that, and we're scheduled to get that. So thank you, Terry. Go ahead, next slide.
Thank you, sir. One of the projects that's coming up pretty quickly here is a passenger notification system. This is our flight information display system, as well as the public address system. These items have pretty well lived their useful life. So the contract has been awarded. We're working on scheduling and bringing in the team now to start construction. This is paid for through passenger facility charge application number 8 and airport enterprise funding. We expect construction to start any month now and then completion by the end of the year. The next few slides are going to be airfield based, and it'll just show you some of the things you have here. You can see in the hashed areas, pavement to be removed and new connectors off of our cargo building. This is just really in line with aging pavement and necessary engineering changes that the FAA has mandated. So this is a $15 million project. We're using our entitlement funds for this. And construction, we should have design complete by May, construction starting later this year. Next slide is one that the FAA considers critical for our airfield. You can see in the pinkish red area there, this is all pavement to be removed. That area is called a 5-node intersection. It's considered challenging for pilots that are not familiar with the airport. And the new area you can see there in the green and the gray is how it will look at the end of the project. It's really a simplification of what we consider to be a highly congested area that could be confusing to transient pilots. This is part of the supplemental pool that the FAA has agreed to pay, and that $25 million is critical to making this happen. And we expect construction to begin next year. Pavement rehabilitation on runway 8 right, 26 left. This is a discretionary project that the FAA has awarded to us, and it'll also use airport enterprise funds to complete it. Our runways are asphalt. We look at a useful life of about 25 to 30 years before reconstruction. However, we can rehabilitate by repaving about every 12 to 15 years, and that's our plan on this runway. If we rehabilitate rather than we can reconstruct, provided that our subgrade is in great shape, and we believe it to be through our core samples, then we can keep these runways operating almost indefinitely if we put the needed monies in about every 12 to 15 years. That is scheduled for repaving next year. Taxiway mic relocation. FAA has told us we need to realign the taxiway to the runway threshold rather than having it in its current location where it's an intersection. That is $13 million paid for through FAA discretionary funding and airport enterprise funds, and we have this scheduled for the books for fiscal year 23. So in our 5-year CIP, you can see that AIP funding comes in at 59%, just a huge win for us when the FAA partners so well and gives El Paso the money that I would say it richly deserves, because typically discretionary monies and supplemental monies have historically gone to large hub airports in the state of Texas. We made our case to the FAA based on safety, security, capacity factors out on the airfield, and they recognized it, and they have sent us the money that we've requested. You can see there, Airport Enterprise Fund, our fund balance pays a large share of it as well. And then our passenger facility charges also contribute greatly to this. Next slide, please. Our 5-year CIP, as you would expect at an airport, we're spending most of our money on the airfield. That pavement needs constant attention, and it's our job under our pavement maintenance plan that we have with the FAA to make sure it's in top condition all the time, making our airport as safe as it can possibly be. We also invest heavily in our terminal. We never like to just sit on our laurels and say, yeah, we've got a great airport. We're always looking to improve it, enhance passenger facilities, make it an easier airport to navigate, create more food and beverage and news and gifts opportunities for our passengers and the meter greeters that come out to the airport. We've also got investments in our parking lot coming up, industrial parks, everything. It takes a lot to manage the whole airport. So we're invested heavily in this, and we've got a great plan coming up for the next 5 years. So we'd like to show you a video here next of some things that are going on at the airport. We've had a few glitches this morning. I apologize for that. And Michael, if you're ready. Okay, we're not getting the sound. Let me work on this for just a second, and I hope you'll bear with me. The sound is important to this one. So Michael, you just want to go ahead and reboot and restart that. So while we're waiting for that to come up, and he's going to have to cycle through, just want to let you guys know how much we appreciate all of the support that you've given to the airport. And it's been an interesting year having Sam come on right at the pandemic and working through that. It's been a challenge for all of us to watch our passenger traffic drop so mightily, but yet through it all, we found some real bright spots here. Our cargo business thrived, and our phones were ringing off the hook just simply because of all of the business and land development opportunities that existed. So we're very proud of what we do, and again, we thank you so much for council support on this, and we're going to try this.
More time to bring that video up.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
how long have you been with the airport now?
Michael, stop it. Sir, I've been with the airport since 2002 with the city. I've worked at the airport since 1988, started in general aviation after I got out of the Army.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Paso Ground, OPS 8, just advising that taxiway Lima has been swept for FOD and is now available for use. Update, Rex, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Terry. Very good job. Just wanted to share with the council that through our strategic plan, we're making these comprehensive improvements that have transformed the airport. You know, our community, they've seen these changes over the last several years. These changes include the renovations to the interior and the exterior. We have connected these improvements to hotels nearby with walking paths, landscaping, and new lighting features. So we've aligned our improvements also to Winterfest during the holidays. Along with these improvements, we added airlines as well as direct flights before the pandemic, and now we're doing it again during the pandemic. Millionaire that was presented during the presentation happened because of the fixed-based operations expansion. So these projects, they didn't happen by accident. And as we bring these projects forward to you and you approve them and we tie it back to the plan, it shows how the plan is working and how the focus on these priorities are working. We've made them happen through this plan, through your urging and pushing for these strategic improvements, because they've been strategic in nature, because they're all related to each other. And talking about strategic improvements, we also connected the Airway Road to I-10 through landscaping and lighting improvements. I think you've seen those improvements. What we wanted to do is have a big impact when people land in El Paso and drive to I-10, that they see a very beautifully landscaped road, lighting, so all those improvements. And then that art piece at the end of that is very, very helpful. That connects to the art piece that was already there. So we've been very focused also now on advanced manufacturing for the last 4 years to work on how we continue to increase our wages, as our wages remains the #1 priority for us. You saw that we've increased it by 13%. I know that that's a priority for the City Council. We all know that as a staff, so we continue to make that a #1 priority. We see the airport as a great opportunity to truly develop the business industrial park like you see in other major large cities across Texas. We think that these strategies to grow our industrial park at the airport, since we control the land, can be meaningful business additions to our community. So we're now ramping up for federal infrastructure funding for the airport and other assets across our organization and in our community. So we plan on sharing these concepts in the upcoming strategic planning session update with the City Council. We want to start looking beyond 2025 and look towards 2030 goals and objectives. Because some of these improvements don't all have to get done with the local taxpayer money. They can get leveraged with state money, with federal money, and it's important that we look at those and that we then align those with our objectives, and that we then also are able to absorb those operating costs as we add these additional projects. But we have to continue to look at the future and look at these comprehensive improvements. I think what you've seen today is a comprehensive report on how we are strategically making these improvements in order to get our goals accomplished, whether it's higher wages, more jobs like you saw in these reports, and then more options like Millionaire with that boutique opportunity for our business community. These are just additional things that make us more competitive. They didn't mention this, or at least I didn't remember seeing it, but they've been named the top airport in the nation for the last 2 years and for its size. And that's because of all the improvements that they've made out there. Sam and Terry with the Lean Six Sigma projects that they've done, they've improved customer service dramatically. I think when you go to like the restrooms as an example, they're very clean. Custodial staff does an amazing job, and then the maintenance staff does a great job in responding to customer concerns and customer needs. So these kinds of improvements happen by having a strong plan. Having you approve those plans and being supportive is extremely helpful in getting these objectives accomplished. So thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And I think many years ago, when we talked about this, we talked about that you only have one opportunity to make a first impression. And so it's been very important to do the things we've done. But, we've taken that opportunity, and it's a great first impression. With that, I have Representative Hernandez, Representative Schwartzbein, and Representative Molinard. Representative Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to compliment you, Mr. Rodriguez, and Mr. Terry Sharp. Really wonderful presentation and really a testament to all of the work and vision that you all have. And for council for approving a lot of these strategies and and our budget, our comprehensive and infrastructure CIP budget. And I remember one of the first actions taking in when I was on council was funding for landscape and all of the lights and some of the improvements that you're seeing today. And it's really an honor to be able to be part of that strategy. And I did want to make a comment about the plan, about the expansion of the current infrastructure over by Global Reach. It seems like it is really a point of opportunity I 100% endorse and support these efforts because, as Mr. Gonzalez says, these, even though it's just, brick and mortar or just concrete on the ground, it equates to jobs for the future. And so it's absolutely imperative that we do improve that global reach area similarly to how we've done it in the Butterfield Trail area. It's going to bring more manufacturing jobs, and that's what we need. We need higher paid, more skill sets, and more opportunities for El Pasoans, and that's how we're going to do it. I also had the privilege of attending a conference in Canada, Edmonton, and we were able to tour the airport out there, and I was just blown away. You would not believe what the airports look like out there. They have full shopping centers. They have state-of-the-art and Fortune 500 billion-dollar corporations out there in the airport. It's like its own city. And so if there's a layover, if you have time to kill, you can take a bus to the shopping centers, which is in the backyard of the airport. And really that should be the vision of the city, because essentially we're landlocked. And so we have all this airport land that we can develop, not only for business opportunity, for entertainment. So I really, really enjoyed looking at that plan, the entertainment plan, because that's going to be vital for the expansion of our economy in the future. So thank you for the wonderful presentation. I would love to hear more about how the funding can help, especially the airport tours. And so we can talk about that in the future, but I'm certainly eager to learn about that. And I guess I never knew you could have a tours because it's airport land. It's owned by the city of El Paso, so I just don't know how the mechanism works, so I'm just curious a little bit. How would that look, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, definitely. So it's no different. So we're looking at the incremental value of the additional improvements that come into the area. And so part of when we enter into a lease, in essence, the new tenant, whether it's TJ Maxx, they in essence become the possessory of the property. And so the way the CAD works is the CAD is going to tax them as it's called possessory taxes. So they're going to tax them on the land, the value of the land, and the value of the improvements. It's that incremental increase in value that happens with the development on airport property that would be part of the TERS and that the funding that we're anticipating or hoping or working towards making available to expand the infrastructure out there.
Okay, wonderful. And then I do get two questions a lot from my neighborhood associations about the existing Circle K, what's going to happen with that. But it's not airport land, I know that. I just learned that. But they moved the Circle K across the street to airport land. And then the EPISD property, since they moved over to downtown, what's going to happen to that property?
So the EPISD property is going to be all the buildings are going to be demolished. So in essence, it's going to be prime property for developments, and that's part of the marketing strategy to really develop that into what we're calling the Crosswinds Entertainment District. Again, just working with the developers, we have a great consultant that's going to help us really push that out from a marketing standpoint. To be able to make it very attractive. We're revising our leasing policy to be competitive and really work with the market that's out there. There's a lot of shopping centers, there's a lot of development out in the community, so we want to make sure that we're competitive in making folks come in here. It's one of our biggest challenges is that the FAA doesn't allow us to sell land to anybody. We have to keep it under ground lease. And so and somebody wants to build a hotel, they typically want to own the land as well. And so that's the challenge that we got to work over. But at the same time, we got great pieces of property available for land. And so that's really our biggest selling point.
Right. And that was the other thing I was going to say. I have heard over the years since I've been on council that there's so much opportunity with the land and the existing space we have and the airport. And so are we being aggressive enough with getting tenants in those facilities? And do we need a realtor? Do we need a broker to help? We need to be a little bit more aggressive because those non-aeronautical dollars are so vital for our budget and could be help rediverted for this other development. So something to consider. I know there's hard work going on, but given the current environment and market, I think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think we had ever dedicated as an airport. I was here at the airport a while back, but a specific project to really help the development, and we didn't have a specific project to help the development. It was really wait for the phone call to come in. We've included in the CIP that you'll consider here in a minute, $2.5 million to help us develop strategy, designs, concepts, because it's so much of it is in being able to sell the vision, and if you just sell a piece of dirt, to somebody, it's hard for them to see what you're trying to accomplish. So part of those funds are going to go towards developing renderings, to develop a marketing material, to really develop a good marketing strategy that could be aggressive. To your point, are we being aggressive behind it? And then the other side of it too is, we need a revision to our leasing policy, right? I think historically we've been very stuck on X percentage or X number of years, and being able to look at those policies that still meet the FAA requirements first and foremost, but still be more aggressive, because at the end of the day, we're competing with other developers around town, and then in certain cases on the global reach, we're working and competing with other airports around the nation or other developments around the nation for some of those major manufacturing developments. And so that's part of what we got going on. We're being very aggressive. The city manager definitely asked us to, and we have responded very, very aggressive to those strategies.
Representative Hernandez, when we talk about how we want it to look like an industrial business park, I know those are just 3 words, industrial business park, but what I mean by that, to your point about being aggressive and to Sam's point about renderings, I've asked them to work on entry features, entryway markers, and those aren't for aesthetic purposes. Those are so that people see that we've made utility improvements, there's lighting improvements, there's entryway feature improvements, so that they start seeing what their business could look like next to that. That's something that's done across Texas. It's a best practice in terms of what an industrial park needs to look like. The airport with Sam and the staff, and just before Sam too, when Sam was in CID, he helped with a lot of the planning and a lot of the work that has gone out there right now. And that's what we mean by being aggressive. That's what we mean by strategic improvements. They need to be improvements for a reason, for a purpose, and it needs to tie back to something else of what we're trying to get. So I think y'all are seeing more of that, and that's the reason why we wanted to present this in this fashion, so y'all can see how one connects to the other in terms of the improvement. They're not just for improvement's sake. They're connected to each other, and like in this particular case, the airport connects to Winterfest. In this particular case, the airway connects to I-10 and to the 25 high priority corridors that the council is doing throughout the city. All those are done with a purpose, with a reason, and some science behind it in terms of how these improvements are recommended and why the council's been so supportive.
Great. And then the final thing I wanted to say is that I'm very pleased with new airlines and nonstop flights coming on board. And what I heard from my constituents is like, hey, that's great, but we can't even get a direct flight to local cities in Texas. And so I know that my colleagues feel the same way. We need to find a way to be more aggressive, whether that's through landing fees, other economic incentives, so that we can try to bring those direct flights. Because a lot of El Pasoans, it is part of their, I guess, routine and their family. A lot of their family lives in East Texas, so they take flights, and so they complain that they have to stop in Dallas to get to San Antonio or stop in somewhere else to get to Austin. There's only like one nonstop flight. And so I hate to beat the dead horse here, but if we can be a little bit more aggressive, we welcome that. Our constituents are looking forward to that as well.
I think it's a great point. And before the pandemic hit, we had brought in 20 more direct flights, and we had more routes to like Austin per se. But even when we had those 20 more direct flights, it still wasn't enough. People still wanted more. I'll let Sam talk. I think he was going to say something.
Yeah, no, we've been very aggressive, as I went over in my presentation, sending them information, working very closely with the planners. Terry and I are scheduled to be in Orlando to meet with all the airlines. It's a big conference that they all go to, and it's really important for us to really understand that the service, the way the industry is right now, they've been very nimble, and so if the demand is there, we'll get frequencies like there's no tomorrow. And so right now, really pleased with the June schedule. Austin is back every day in the month of June. San Antonio's back, I think, Saturday and Sunday right now. And again, that's really just based on the demand that we have out there. American Airlines, I saw their June schedule. I think out of the 10 flights, 9 flights have gone to the big jets, to the main, what they call the main line. So it's not going to be the regional jets. And that's just based on the demand that they have. And we've been working, again, very closely to share with them what's been out there and what we anticipate from a service demand, and the community has really responded. To be able to have the schedule that's been published for all the airlines, all the cities that you saw on the map are back in June. It's pretty. I think it's a great response from the community, and the airlines recognize that. And we're going to continue to work that approach and be aggressive, as you stated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez, and I think to a lot of the points you made that we know that connectivity from city to city is very important in economic development, and you know, we talk about that a lot, and also having projects shovel ready. We have quite a few projects and companies that have been interested in our community, but you know, until we have, just like Mr. Rodriguez talked about, that those properties are ready, because these companies are ready to make a move within the next 6 months to a year, and if it takes us a long time to get this prepared and done, they go somewhere else. So it's become very competitive out there. So you know, I know that Colonel Weston and Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Rodriguez, and Ms. Zeta are working really hard to make sure that we're prepared as these companies continue to show interest in our community, that we're prepared to be shovel ready so they can invest and meet their timeline to invest in our community. So I can tell you that's probably a weekly discussion, and I know we've gone out and looked at some of the properties and within the community to see where we can prepare them to be ready to when these companies show interest, that we're ready to welcome it into our community and allow them to expand in El Paso. So that's been very important to us, and we've continued to work on that. So thank you for that, and I'm going to go with Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartbein.
Again, Mayor. Oh, everything's going on and off. So really great presentation. Just had a couple sort of things to bring up. Really great presentation. Again, I think it's already been sort of stated again that our airport is one of the most front-facing places. It's one of the natural gateways to our community, and making sure that we invest in this asset and project the best face forward is absolutely imperative. With some of the discussions that we've been having about, again, how to make our city the smartest city it can be and the best city it can be, and also presenting that forward-facing face. Another thing that I think probably would dovetail with the item that Representative Lizarga put on relating towards solarization of buildings, as well as the upcoming climate action plan item that we intend on placing there, would be to look at ways to make sure that the airport is as energy efficient as possible, including master planning and planning for solar to be adopted. One of the largest energy users in our community, certainly within the city of El Paso's operating budget, is the airport, and the ability not just to have solar panels present, but also factor in the ability to really take aggressive actions towards making the airport more energy efficient. I think it's something that we should be looking at very aggressively as well. Not only is it an energy hog in terms of the use that's there, but also when we talk about what kind of face do we want to project to the world and project to our visitors, having an abundant use of solar, whether it be in the parking lot or a dedicated solar industrial scale source for the airport, is something that we should all be looking at. I know that that was one of the 10 items we brought out to the Congresswoman as well. So I'm just wanted to sort of throw that out there. I know that we're talking about 2025 and beyond, but I think that that really should be part of what we're looking at as well. So just wanted to throw that out there. And I know, Sam, that we've had those conversations before, and City Manager Gonzalez, about those ideas, but I just wanted to put that out there as well. One of the questions that I had too was relating to the direct flights to Mexico. As far as I know, we should be signing our another sister city agreement, signing with Chihuahua City, hopefully within the next 30 days. So I'm kind of curious. I know you made mention about that conference in Orlando, but Can you talk a little bit more about our strategy or what we're looking at in terms of trying to increase direct flights to Mexico?
Yeah, definitely. So just to come back on the solar, yeah, we're very aggressive on that. Part of the strategy that we have is we're looking for federal dollars there, but also even working within the parking lot areas to be able to provide premier covered parking areas, parking facilities at a premium would definitely be a great opportunity for us to leverage those additional dollars and bring in additional solar capability for our airport. So definitely tracking with you on that for sure. On the Mexico flights, we've always known that a good section of our community uses the Ciudad Juarez airport for the direct connects that they have. Basically, our airports kind of function as symbiotic, if you will, symbiotic, and in that all their destinations are national Mexican destinations. All our destinations on this site are U.S. National destinations, and we wanted to find out how big of an amount that was. And we did a leakage study here at the end of 2020 based on 2019 numbers. And we found that on a daily basis, 390 passengers crossed the border in 2019 to use the airport in Juarez. That's a significant amount of numbers, amount of passengers. And that's captured some interest from various airlines to include some of the Mexican national carriers. Their challenge, as they see it and has been presented to us, is they already have a base operating out of Ciudad Juarez. And so for them to overfly that airport that's 11 miles south of us is very challenging, both politically and financially for them, because flying into El Paso, in essence, would take away some of their passengers that already use their station in Ciudad Juarez. So that's a challenge that they have, but nonetheless, we have multiple meetings with Volaris and Viva Aerobus have been really productive, and Viva is one of the ones that requested to meet with us in Orlando in June. So we're looking forward to that discussion. But we're also talking to other airlines, Mexican airlines that are not currently flying to Ciudad Juarez. It's a great opportunity for them, as well as we've had a meeting with Southwest as having a potential service down there, as well as American Airlines. American Airlines is a great opportunity for them in that they already function within the Federal Inspection Service areas of their airport. It's a great opportunity for us to do that. And so I can't share with you a whole lot more details, but I can tell you, based on the leakage study that we did, we have a great story to tell, and we're definitely capturing some ears in and around the industry because of those numbers. It's pretty significant. 390 passengers a day. If you were to put that on this side of the border, you could easily fill up a couple of airplanes a day to the right destination.
And I do think, I think that's really great, and I do think that there's an opportunity to increase that 390, given the fact of the sort of ease of being able to fly from Mexico City or other Guadalajara, Chihuahua, wherever have you, being able to fly into the United States and not have to deal with some of the challenges that are having at our ports of entry that unfortunately sort of exist. And so I do think that there's an important story to tell. I do think that when you talk about, I don't think it's necessarily just taking from the pie rather than growing the pie itself, because I think you'd have different travelers take those flights from Juarez as well as going and taking those flights into El Paso. And again, you look at other border cities, whether it's Otay Mesa and Tijuana with the CBX connection, whether it's Laredo or McAllen or Brownsville, they have direct flights into Mexico. And it's really about making us much more economically competitive as well by offering those. And so I'm really happy to see that we're having those conversations and will continue to have them. Also, one of the things I wanted to mention as well is that it is good to see that Southwest is now carrying those direct flights back to Austin, at least beginning in June. It's one flight a day, but it's better than no flights a day. So we actually went on to southwest.com to sort of see that. One of the other questions I had was with Global Reach Corridor, is there a specific reason why we looked at branding that as 601 as opposed to say like the Global Reach Corridor? Is there any specific reason why sort of staff sort of looked at that?
We do envision to the two corridors, Mayor Pro Tem. We didn't have the Global Reach corridor logo on here, but we do envision that, especially with because the 601 corridor is such a great opportunity for us with the hospital and the manufacturing and the industrial that we envision up there in conjunction with TJ Maxx, kind of bringing that down to Cottonwoods, and then south of Cottonwoods we envision the Global Reach corridor that would be both on office space, commercial. That whole area is zoned C4, and so there's a really great opportunity there to really brand the Global Reach corridor as the Global Reach corridor. But the 601 corridor is our big focus in some of the specific areas that we're working with economic development for that manufacturing industrial development that we're envisioning out there.
Okay, that's great. The last thing I had here, and it's something I driving by the airport and see. I don't know if IT can bring it up. It was a screenshot that I took off of Google Maps earlier. It's something that I've just seen that one of the. So I don't know if you can sort of see it near where the arrow is. There's a little bit of a rock wall that sort of juts out of the walking path. I don't know what purpose it does, except that it just kind of stops the walking path in its path. So I don't know what we're looking at it, but it's just something that I sort of see constantly when I drive by the airport.
Yeah, and I'll mention that I'll talk about this. So this is a great shot of our pavement that we want to rehab that was included in the CIP. But the whole intent, that walk path there is not really a walk path, Mayor Pro Tem. There's no specific destination around that area. We set up HAWK systems, the pedestrian safety crossing systems, right at the plaza area. So we encourage, the whole intent is to encourage the pedestrians or the visitors to cross into the walk paths that take you to the hotels, because that little rock wall that you saw there that path doesn't really lead you anywhere. It leads you to the bridge and the underpass on Airways. And so we really want to distract pedestrians from going into that area, because once they get there, they're not going to be able to go anywhere else. And so the safe pedestrian crossings are right at the plaza. So we encourage folks to cross there into the walk paths that are on either side to get to their hotels.
And so, if I may, this is Terry Sharp. That's technically called a mow strip, and it allows an area to where grass doesn't grow up to the curbside, and then our mowers can turn around there without engaging traffic right at the edge of the curb. So it was designed as a mow strip for a turnaround.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just have one more question, Mayor, if I could just sort of answer it.
You're at 11 minutes already, sir.
All right, then I will.
We'll come back to you in a minute. Thank you, sir. Representative Molinar, followed by Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Sharp, thank you very much for that presentation. Great job. I was going to ask either one of you gentlemen, how many fixed-base operators are currently operating out of the El Paso International Airport?
Two, sir.
And what's the name of the other one?
It's Atlantic Aviation and then Millionaire that just opened up.
Okay. And so is Millionaire already fully functional?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Also, crash rescue, are they still part of the airport by FAA regulations and stuff?
Absolutely. Part 139 of the FAA regulations require us to have a fully functional ARF station. And so that actually was being invested in through our current CIP. The station is being remodeled as we speak, but it is fully functional in order for us to be able to continue to operate as an airport.
Okay. And last question, as far as crash rescue, are they still doing training and scenarios, nighttime, daytime, things like that for hopefully training and making sure nothing like that ever happens?
Yes, the Part 139 regulations also mandate specific training requirements for ARF personnel and airport personnel. So we do get the ARF personnel out to live burn training at those locations as they require. And of course, we do our triennial. That's a full exercise that was scheduled last year, and we did semi-virtual, semi-in-person, but also annual training as required by the FAA is all accomplished. Part of the annual FAA inspections that we get is the revision or review of all our training records. and we've been able to go through those inspections with zero findings over the last couple of years.
Great. That's fantastic. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you very much, Representative Molinard. Representative Rodriguez, followed by Representative Anello.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam and Terry, for that presentation. I think it's awesome and exciting to see what's going on at the airport. I don't really have questions. I just have a couple of suggestions. First of all, Sam, on the hotel, I think you said in the area 4, the one that has the deck, potentially could have a deck overlooking into the airport to see the airplanes landing. I think it would be really cool to see an infinity pool up there where people can be up there and looking at the airplanes landing. I know Houston has an iconic swimming pool with the Texas-shaped lazy river, so we could have something iconic here in El Paso and at our airport. I think that would be very exciting. The other thing is potentially at the airport, if we could ever have a mural of all the high schools. As an El Pasoan, one of the first things that people ask when we meet somewhere else outside of the city is, what high school did you go to? Because we have a lot of pride in our high schools. So we could have a mural of all the high schools in El Paso. I think that would also be very fun. Also, I know we do segues, for example, into Winterfest, introducing it at the airport and leading into downtown. If we could do a little bit more of outreach, for example, the wine festivals, maybe, I know Memorial Weekend we're going to have a big wine festival, and I know that's in New Mexico, but a lot of El Pasoans do go into the wine festivals. Maybe having some of these wineries go to the airport and give out wine samples and invite them to the wine festival. And I think that could help out our local businesses as well. Maybe on Tuesdays we could do Taco Tuesdays, and we invite the local businesses to take taco samples into the airport, and also advertise their restaurants, because also our food in El Paso is amazing, and I think everybody knows that. So just kind of those ideas I think would be adding to the projects that you all are doing. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. And with that, we have Representative Anello, followed by Representative Salcido.
Hi, Sam. Thank you so much for the presentation. There's a lot of really exciting things in there. And I think Representative Hernandez touched on this a little bit. The improvements for the airport, in addition to helping people who are coming into the city for the first time, have really helped our residents and given them a sense of pride for their neighborhoods. And I'm really excited to hear about the entertainment center where the current EPISD facility is right now. But I do want to kind of know, I'm going to try to wrap my thoughts around here so they make sense all together. So if there is a plan to kind of integrate the airport capital plan with any capital projects from general fund city, right? So for example, we know that Airway is not the only entrance into the Boeing kind of entertainment district that we're looking at, but we do have airport. And I know that the airport fund did a lot of work around there, and TxDOT did a lot of work there too, but when we look at the city road, it's in really, really bad condition and doesn't have sidewalks. And so I don't know if y'all have a plan, if you've had this conversation yet. If not, I would really love to encourage it, but really how we're incorporating our general fund dollars and our city capital plans to enhance these projects.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Representative Anello. We do envision, as part of the redevelopment of the Boeing corridor, to look at the pedestrian amenities, and that would roll into Airport Road. As you know, the Top 25 Arterial Program is addressing the lighting and the landscaping piece. I think the pavement is very critical as well, and that's something that's at the top of the list on the other side of, if you will, on the general fund side, that we can look at, and if there's an opportunity to address it with the TERS as well. It's got to be critical, as you stated. We're already addressing the landscaping along Montana from Hawkins all the way to Airways as part of the Lockheed and forget the name of the side road there, but that project's already going to kick off with the additional funds that were approved. So that project will be going, and so yeah, definitely Airport would be the next road that will be targeted on all sides of it.
Great, yeah, and I do know that we have the landscaping lighting program, which I don't want to dismiss. It's very important over there as well. But furthering enhancements not only for the residents but also these investments, I think, would be a great idea and is really important moving forward. So thank you so much. We'll be looking for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vanello. Representative Salcido, followed by Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to Sam, thank you to Terry and all the staff for this great presentation. I to say that I definitely have seen this aggressive push, and thank you for that. But I also want to commend this council for voting for, the strategic plan, for voting for new jobs, and for voting for the landscaping, has made a great difference. So I do want to commend the council for taking those aggressive votes as well. And as a whole, all of us working together will really get to where we need to be. So I definitely see this as working together to grow our community like never before. So just wanted to chime in and say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salcido. With that, we have Representative Mayor Schwartzbein. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Just had one other question. So as part of the CIP, there would be a sort of public art component included with this?
Yes, sir. We're working very aggressively with Ben to identify additional public art opportunities.
Okay. Can I make one suggestion real quick?
Sure.
I believe that we had a missed opportunity with the last CIP that we did with the sort of extension with the Fly ELP sort of promenade walking area. We have some of the words like love and live and this sort of thing. I think there's a really great, one of the best, one of my most favorite public art pieces that we have in the city period was done by Mitsu Overstreet at the baggage claim area that was done back in, I think, 2011 or 2012, which included quotes from El Pasoans. It was a sort of crowdsourced kind of public art piece that I think is really beautiful and very evocative. And so I would just make one small request that in looking at this future CIP and a possible public art component, that perhaps it can be something that could sort of re-engage that spirit of sort of crowdsourced opportunity, whether it's evocative words, phrases, something that has a sort of crowdsourced sort of public art, social sort of element to it, I think would be something beautiful and continue along the spirit of what Mitsu had started back in the baggage claim area about 10 years ago. So that was just something that I wanted just to sort of throw out there, because I think that looking at that sort of walking promenade with the Fly ELP might have been a missed opportunity, but I think we can do something really special here as well at the sort of one of our gateways to our community.
I couldn't agree more. I think that, as I mentioned, we have a great inventory of public art. We actually carried that River Spirit piece into the Conrack facility, if you remember, and added additional local poems by local poets as well. We work very closely with Ben. He was out here with a muralist that we're looking at opportunities as well. So there's some great opportunities to do that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzbein. Now we have Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam, staff, and speaks volumes of your work. And like always, you don't settle for just anything. You go for the top, and I commend you all for that. And I've just got one question since Mayor Pro Tem opened the door there, and I'm pretty sure Rep Hernandez has been on you for this too as well. But the piece of artwork that you have heading down Airway, I noticed it was damaged through, I guess it was the wind that was up there. When are y'all gonna fix it? What's the delay on that? Because it's a really beautiful art piece, but that one pole makes it look kind of.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know if Ben's on the line, but I can ask him to give you an update. He's been working with the artist to get that repaired, and then for us to.
I'm actually here, Sam.
Okay, great, Ben.
So actually, I believe the piece you're talking about is I-10 and Airway. Is that correct, Rep. Rivera?
No, sir. No, sir. It says it's on Airway itself as it curves down to head to the.
Okay, so we have had a number of cars that have actually done hit and runs and impacted the piece. We're currently working right now with legal to be able to actually bill out to driver's insurance for some of those repairs. And then we're also working with the Capital Improvements Department to actually create a bit of a barrier around the median. It will not impact the aesthetics of the piece, but will also slow down any cars that jump the median and prevent them from actually heading headlong into the piece. We'll be back in front of the council in a few weeks with permission to actually extend the artist contract for repairs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sam and staff. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rivera. And with that, thank you all. Thank you, staff, for the presentation, and congratulations on all the great achievements. And Ms. Prine, I think it's mass transit time.
Yes, Mayor. May we have a recess, motion to recess the regular city council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to recess the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? And the regular city council meeting is in recess at 11:22 a.m. Good morning. This is a meeting of the Mass Transit Department Board for Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. It is 11:22 a.m. Due to the pandemic, the Texas governor has temporarily suspended specified provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act to allow video conference or telephonic meetings in order to avoid congregate settings. Board Chair Leeser is present and presiding, and we begin this meeting with roll call. Board Member Schwartzbein?
Present.
Anello?
Present.
Hernandez?
Here.
Molinar?
Present.
Salcido?
Present.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Rivera?
Here.
Lizarraga?
Present.
Thank you, Board Chair. We have a quorum. That brings us to the consent agenda. We did not have anyone sign up to speak on call to the public this morning. So all matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by Mass Transit Department Board to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by board members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. The Mass Transit Department Board may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting.
Motion to.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. On that motion, Board Member Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Molinar?
Aye.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
Lizarraga?
Aye.
Board Chair Leeser?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item number 5 on the regular agenda, and this is a presentation on FTA funding and Sun Metro grants update.
Good morning, Ms. Smythe.
Good morning. Ellen Smythe, Sun Metro. Today we're going to do a short presentation about the FTA funding we receive at Sun Metro. Much of our funding does come to us in the form of grants. I have my business and finance manager, Jesus Trejo, on the line to do the presentation. And also Eduardo Cabo is on the line with the MPO. All of our FTA funding does flow through the MPO, and in case there's any questions for him as well. So Jesus, if you'd like to pull up the presentation.
Okay, I thought somebody was going to have it up there. Let me get it ready.
I have it if you want me to do. Oh, there you go.
Okay, there you go.
It's up there.
Okay.
Okay, so this is on the left-hand side. I started with the formula grants, which are awarded through FTA based on the use population and riderships. And this is a recurring formula every year. They apportion a certain amount depending on the approvals from the federal government. Right below that, we have the competitive grants, which are, I guess, awarded based on the project readiness. And then on the right-hand side, we have the FTA transfers. These are the funding that get transferred from the MPO to Sun Metro. And so basically the formula grants are the 5307, 5339. The 5307 formula grants are mostly used by us for preventive maintenance. We do have some ADA expenses in there for the lift. And we also do a little bit of capital projects through the 5307. The 5339 formula grants, we are capital grants that we use mostly for replacing the rolling stock, the buses, the lift units, any support vehicles, and other structural expenses for the facilities, building new bus stops or terminals. The competitive grants, we're going to go through those in the individual spread or slides. And the FTA transfers are basically split in two, it's capital and the operational expenses. The urbanized formula 5307, as I said, we're using mostly for our preventive maintenance. These are the current amounts that we have in our budget that have been awarded from fiscal year 16 to 18. We have a remaining balance of $1.6 million. Fiscal year 19 and 20, those are the most recent ones, and those are the ones that we are heavily using this fiscal year. And some of it will carry over into next year's operations. We were averaging about $1.1 million a month for these expenses. The CARES Act, which was the original disbursement, was $40 million for Sun Metro, 40.7. We have to date, as of April 30, we have spent 32.7 million, and we're averaging anywhere between 1.3 to 1.7. So I have an estimated completion date for this one as of November 30, 2021. For the 5339, like I said, it's mostly capital expenses, buying buses. If you can see on the middle of the table, we don't have any expenditures for 19 and 20. On the bottom, we do have the explanation. Fiscal year 19 and 20, we have $4 million total for replacing 10 units for the lift per year for the next 4 years. We do have a PO that was issued on Friday, was dispatched for $1,080,000 for 10 units, and conversations have started with Creative Bus in the start of production for those buses. Again, those are to replace the units and the lift. Under the HOPE grant, this is one of the competitive grants. We are working through Texas or with Texas A&M to conduct a feasibility study for a unified regional fair, which will include, I guess currently we're looking at the option of having one fair that would, I guess, transfer between the county and El Paso Sun Metro. So the total award was $175,000. The local match is 10%. The county will pay 5%, and Sun Metro will pay 5% of it. The notice of award was on October 7th. We are still pending FTA approval on the application, and therefore we don't have a start date yet for the project, but we are expecting to finish the whole study by February the 28th. The research demonstration grant program, that's another one of the competitive grants that Sun Metro was awarded. The federal award was $225,000 with a $225,000 match from Sun Metro. And this one we are basically using to promote or to, I guess, adapt our mobility pay application. It is currently under a test or pilot program, which I believe is being used right now by a small group of people. The Montana Brio, this is basically the project where we are constructing the whole corridor, including the bus stops for the Brio. There will be a Far East Transfer Center and an airport station, and it includes 14 articulated buses. The buses have been received here at Sun Metro, and they are being used on a periodic basis just to keep them rolling so that they don't sit in the parking. So the total award was 28 million. Sun Metro's match was 12 million, and TxDOT contributed an additional 8 million for a total amount of 49 million current expenses, and the remaining balance is 7.6. We have an estimated date of completion for the corridor about December 31st, but there's conversations that might, due to COVID, be delayed until maybe sometime in March. So we have a projection date of start of service for June of 2022. The CMAQ transfers for the operating assistance. Basically, we have the first 3 years of the corridors are, I guess, subsidized by the grant for our operations. And then after those 3 initial years, Sun Metro has to bear the cost of operating the routes. So on the screen, you can see the breakdown of each one of the recent ones. The Mesa corridor was already started in the 3 years of operating assistance has been used up. On Alameda, we have years 1 and 2, same as Dyer. We're pending the year 3 award. And so these are the remaining funds. For the streetcar, we have used up all the funding that was available for the initial 3 years of operation. I-10 mitigation, we're working on completing that project. We are looking at maybe adding another express route that will carry passengers from the west side to maybe the east side terminal or even the lower valley, just to expedite the use of those funds. The CMAQ transfer for capital expenses. On the left-hand side, we have the Sun Metro engine rebuild funding. The total award was 1.5, and that does include the match portion. And we have a remaining balance of 704,000. We're currently using this funding to replace engines, and there's also transmissions that have been replaced, but mostly engines and radiators. Bus purchases on the right-hand side. This is the funding that we are pending a final approval from NPO so we can buy 30-foot buses instead of the 40-foot buses. And we're almost at the approval on this funding. We do have a PO that has been dispatched, and the buses are already starting the production line in July 19. And we expect delivery on those first 6. These are 35-foot buses. We expect delivery on those by September 24th of this year. If we get the funding approval from the MPO, we will go ahead and use that first $3.6 million to pay for these buses. If not, we have other grant funding that we can use for that. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Representative Pro Tem Schwarzwein.
Yes, thank you again for the presentation. I was wondering if you could go back to, I think it's slide 9, relating to the federal funds for the streetcar. You'd mentioned that they've been exhausted for the first 3 years of them being used.
Yes, that's correct. We have already used up the funding. Fiscal year 21, we started with a small amount remaining of about 500 to 600,000. That has since been used up, and everything else is being carried by the Sun Metro operating fund.
I guess my question is I'd like to see a sort of year-by-year breakdown of that if possible, because if those funds were to be used for streetcar operations, there was little to no fund operations occurring for fiscal year 2020, as a streetcar was not operational due to COVID and still is not operational due to COVID. So
Right.
I guess I'm trying to understand if there was funding for 3 years of operation. We've essentially had a year where it has almost a year and a half now where it hasn't really been used.
Right, so even though the streetcar was not operational, we still had staff that was getting paid. And so there's preventive maintenance currently that needs to be done. The rails need to be run periodically and tested. And so all that has been paid during this COVID time.
Right.
So even though it doesn't run, it still costs as much as if it was running?
It doesn't cost as much, but there's still an expense for preventive maintenance and the operators that are running the streetcar for the testing and the monthly preventive.
There's a way to share what those costs were for the first 3 years with these CMAQ funds. That would be great to share with council. I'd at least be interested in seeing that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzbein. Now we have Representative Lasarga, followed by Representative Hernandez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trejo, for your presentation. Could you go back to slide 7? So you mentioned that there's a small number of people using this mobile pay. Is that what you said?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. So can you tell me when the FTA approval is going to happen, or you don't know?
We are not sure when they will give us the final approval.
Right. Ellen Smythe, we're just waiting for their final approval. We've already been notified that the money is ours. And then we put the application into the computer system and with the scope of work. And then it's up to them to approve it. So we're really at their mercy right now. But we've started the work on our side because of the matching money. We can use part of our own funding to get started. So we do have what we call power users, volunteers who are using the app right now to buy their tickets and ride the bus.
And how is that working out?
Really well, really well. We're able to work out all the kinks and, listen to their input about any issues that they've run into. But so far, it's working really well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Sarga. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you all for the presentation. I thank you, Ellen, because I know that I saw this at the MPO and I thought it was really important that we, as a whole body, is kept in the loop where the dollars and funding is going so that we can keep a watchful eye on ensuring that those funds are depleted. Can you go to slide number 10? Okay, so for this, I just one more clarifying question. When will the MPO visit this item to approve this request from Sen Metro?
It should be pretty soon. The question, originally the money was approved for 40-foot buses, and I've changed it to 35-foot buses because they're more affordable, and we really don't have the high passenger counts right now to fill up a 40-foot bus. And so the question was asked, is the 35-foot versus the 45-foot units going to have any less or more impact on the congestion mitigation on the air quality? And so the Texas A&M TTI Institute did the original analysis for the grant 3 years ago. And so we've asked them to pull the original application and review the numbers to answer that question. And so that's in progress right now.
So what will be the balance after, if all of this is approved, what is our balance to expend the federal funds? Is it depleted now?
Yeah, we're working to, if not this fiscal year, the next fiscal year, because what I've put in place now is a annual fleet replacement plan, so that we're actually ordering approximately 10 units a year. And so those units will be, the funding will be dedicated to those purchases first. Previously, the previous administration had a philosophy that they would hold on to the grant money until they were able to buy more than 10 buses at a time. And so I don't see any point in waiting when we have the money and we need the units. So we're changing our approach on how we're going to draw down those funds.
Are you, do we get a discount for bulk purchases?
No.
Oh, okay, so yeah, this would make a whole lot of sense then. So I'm happy to see that there's a plan and that we have that replacement plan for our current vehicles and buses. What about the future of the streetcar? Because I know we received those funds and it was only for initial funding. The CMAQ was only for the initial operations, right, to get it started?
Right.
So we're not, so is Sun Metro not eligible for any more funds for operations, given the fact that like the third year we were stuck in a pandemic?
We can always ask the MPO for additional funding, but typically their grants are for 3 years, our operational startup money or enhancement money. And then the philosophy is that at the end of the 3 years that the program is sustainable on our own.
Right. Well, we have to restart it. So
yeah, well,
we have to restart. And I feel like we were kind of short. Did we receive those funds and then use them, or?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, we did.
The third year.
Yes.
Okay.
We received the funding and we've used all the funding.
Okay. Well, we need to have a conversation again about the future of the streetcar, bringing it back online. There's already discussions about downtown events, outdoor events, some of these big concerts that they're already in planning stages. And so I think it's really an opportune time to start talking about that at a future meeting. But yes, I am concerned about, and it's so important that we have the streetcar operational, but getting creative with the funding mechanism is going to be vital. But thank you for the presentation. I think this should be a periodic presentation so that we can keep track. I think this is one of the first times I've seen a conversation about the operations of Sun Metro. So very informative, and I look forward to future conversations. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. Ms. Smythe, you had talked about previously the streetcars operating on weekends and evenings and during the ball games. Is that still a plan, and are you moving forward with that or not?
Yes, there's a monthly planning meeting with the downtown stakeholders that include Destination El Paso, Southwest University Park, University of Texas with the Dawn, the Plaza Theater events, also the street, Chalk the Block, the events that are held in the downtown area. And a lot of people are talking about bringing their events back, but thus far there's only been one organization that's actually signed a contract with anybody, other than, of course, the ballpark. They do have limited seating right now, but they're not open for a full attendance. But the one event that's currently on the books is the last week of June, and it's a rap festival, the Texas Rap. They call it TRAP, T-R-A-P, Texas Rap Festival. So we could consider that, but I'm not sure that the rappers are exactly the same clientele that would ride the streetcar. But maybe we could do it for that week. But that's the first one that's officially on the books. It's right before the 4th of July.
Thank you for that. And with that, Ms. Prime, there's no additional questions.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the Mass Transit Department Board meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the Mass Transit Department Board meeting for Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 is adjourned at 11:45 a.m.
Thank you.
May we have a motion to reconvene the regular City Council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ms. Prime, point of clarification, is public comment at noon?
Yes,
Now
sir.
that we're at 9 o'clock?
It is at noon, sir.
Correct.
And the meeting is back in session at 11:46 a.m. We're on page 8 on the first reading of ordinances. These are items 22 and 23.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the first reading of ordinances, items 22 and 23. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 24. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation number 2021-0733, lease of unmarked police vehicles to Acme Auto Leasing LLC.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve item number 24. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 25. This is a public hearing on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a contract of sale and special warranty deed to convey to Yerma Land Enterprises a portion of lots 3, 4, and 5, Block 5, Kessler Industrial District Number 1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 25. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 26. This is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for infill development at 9124 San Fernando Court.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 26. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 27. This is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning from PC Planned Commercial to C2 Commercial at 6700 North Mesa Street.
Motion to approve.
Is there a presentation on this by any chance?
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you are asking for a presentation on the item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Garante, Planning and Inspections. If IT does not have those slides, bear with me one moment while I pull them up. If IT does have those slides and you can beat me to it, I would, that may be faster.
They are pulling up these slides for you, Ms. Gallante.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So this is a rezoning request to change the zoning of the subject property from PC planned commercial to C3, which is a commercial zoning district that happens to match the other properties along that portion of Mesa. The existing shopping center is proposed to remain with no changes. Next slide, please. Here you see an aerial map. You can see the subject property. It's outlined in light yellow. And as you can see, there is a variety of commercial zoning districts. There's C3, C2, and C1. Existing development is the same in character as the subject property. It consists mainly of commercial businesses and shopping centers in that portion of Mesa. Next slide, please. Here is the zoning map illustrating the same information, but you can see the zoning district highlighted in their color. The proposed zoning district would be consistent with what is currently present, and so it would give the same permissibilities on the subject property to those enjoyed by other properties along that portion of Mesa. Next slide, please. And here you see the future land use map from Plan El Paso. As you can see, the subject property as well as its surroundings are all within the G4 suburban walkable future land use designation. The proposed district is consistent with this designation. Next slide, please. This is a site plan depicting the subject property. It reflects current conditions as no changes are proposed. Next slide, please. This is a photograph of the subject property in its current condition, which is proposed not to change. Next slide, please. And I have one correction to make. I misstated C3 when the request is for C2. The information in your backup is correct. This is the surrounding development. As you can see, it's very similar in character to existing conditions at the subject property. This is looking in the cardinal directions along and across Mesa. Next slide, please. We have not received any communication in support or opposition to the request, and CPC's approval recommendation was unanimous. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation on this item is for approval. And it also states that because this was in the hillside development area, it was required to go to OSAB, and that body also recommends approval of the rezoning request. So with that stated, that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions, comments, or concerns.
Thank you. There's no questions for that. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor, there is a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item 27. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Representative Anello?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I did have a question. I didn't have time to text you. And
All right,
what
we do have one question. Representative Anello?
Yes, sorry. For clarification, what is the difference between planned commercial and C2?
Planned commercial is a much more restrictive district, and it does have a detailed site development requirement for most uses that would be permitted. And so what this is doing is it's giving it similar permissions to those uses which are around it, and it's removing the requirement for a detailed site development plan prior to further development on the site. It'll just have to go through standard building permit and zoning review prior to any subsequent development.
And so, I'm sorry, the backup is not really informative for me, but so there is currently a development on the property, but yes, you're saying there's also undeveloped property.
No, what I'm saying is, so this is the fully developed parcel. This is just to give it the same permissions as everybody has that's around it currently enjoys. There's no changes proposed at this time, but this is a move that'll allow it to stop being differently regulated from what's around it. It's fully built out, but in the future, if there was a desire to change the use, change the configuration, scrape it and build something else, this will then allow it to do so in the same manner as its neighbors, rather than to have to go through a different process and be more restricted in what can be done there.
Sure, and I guess my concern is that I know that, we've been having work groups with certain representatives talking about the kind of development we want to see, right, more smart code, things closer to the right of way, and so I'm wondering why we would, if that zoning is on there, if there's ever future development, it could be done in the way that the council prefers, why we would then take that away. Does that make sense?
It does. Now, the existing commercial districts do allow for those things that we encourage. They do allow for a 0 front yard setback, which would put development right up to the street. That's something that we currently allow and encourage. It allows for, parking to be to the side and behind. It allows for development to be close together so long as there isn't immediate residential adjacency. So, this could potentially be seen as a move that could better encourage the development of this parcel in a manner that's consistent with what we advocate.
So I guess my follow-up question is that, does planned commercial require those things?
Planned commercial is a district that is, as near as I can tell, it replaced, we used to have something called planned unit development, which just allowed for relaxed setbacks for any of the uses. Mm-hmm. That changed to be more descriptive. It changed to planned residential, planned commercial, and planned industrial. So it's a little bit not in keeping with necessarily what's current. It isn't something that that's going to introduce any sort of a form-based code or any sort of best practices or anything like that. It was something that arose from some performance-based zoning from the 70s and 80s, and in a future evolution of that in order to make it more descriptive as to whether it was commercial or residential, because under the planned unit development there really wasn't, it wasn't even descriptive as to that front. So it was just an evolution of that rather than something that emerged from best practices today. So the existing planned commercial, it doesn't advance any of our current goals necessarily, and on the smart code front. So this is something that was done long ago, and what they're asking for now is we would consider it a cleanup because it's gonna match what's around it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure we were not doing it. So with that, I will vote aye.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Ms. Prime, now I think it's time for call to the public.
We'll pause just for a few seconds, sir, until noon.
You want to take the next item, Rob, or you want to wait? It's up to you.
I think it's almost noon. Just to make sure we're on time. We have 2 members of the public that signed up this afternoon. Okay, it is noon. We now move to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of this city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks against a person or group's character or integrity which are not pertinent to city business, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. This afternoon, we have 2 members of the public that signed up to speak. The first person is Mr. Michael Castro. His topic is cannabis decriminalization. Good afternoon, Mr. Castro. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, this past Saturday, City Council, and again, my name is Michael Castro. I run a page out here called Legalize El Paso. It's a community organization that has to do with cannabis decriminalization and cannabis legalization, but also cannabis education in El Paso, Texas. Now, this past Saturday, we actually had a protest, a march for cannabis decriminalization and for the city of El Paso to really pay attention to the cite and release ordinance that was passed this past year, because there are still people being arrested for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis. Now, something that bothers me a lot, you guys, there's a lot happening in Texas legislative session and things like that, but not enough is happening. And the city of El Paso is going to be affected by what's about to happen here in Sunland Park, New Mexico. Like I've stated many times, I work 10 minutes away from UTEP, the University of El Paso, Texas, at a dispensary here in Sunland Park, New Mexico. And by April of 2021, there are going to be multiple, if not dozens of dispensaries here on the New Mexico Sunland Park border. And the people in El Paso are going to 100% have access to a plant that they already have access to. Because in this city, cannabis is easily accessible, right? Because it's not a drug, it's a plant, it's a medicine. Legally, in El Paso, Texas, I run and operate a legal hemp CBD farm on the far east side of El Paso and in the Socorro area of El Paso. Now, CBD cannabis is still cannabis. It just does not produce the THC, right, that everybody is still making illegal. So the city of El Paso really needs to do something to protect the people of this city, because time and time again, and we've already, when we've got to city council in the beginning, we've told you guys the numbers, right? We've proven that everybody that sits in county jail they're only in there because they got arrested for weed. They're not, it's 90% conviction rate here in El Paso, Texas, when it comes to people arrested for weed, and then you have a 35% or below arrest rate for misdemeanor assault, misdemeanor rape, misdemeanor burglary. That means that the El Paso Police Department is wasting too much time arresting people for a plant instead of going after real people that are actually causing harm to someone or causing harm to themselves. Cannabis use is not a crime. It's not harmful to yourself, and it doesn't hurt anybody, right? So again, you guys, the city of El Paso needs to do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Colt DeMorris. Mr. DeMorris' topic is misdemeanor marijuana arrests. Mr. Colt DeMorris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Colt DeMorris, if you're in the queue, *6 please to unmute your telephone. Mr. Colt DeMorris. Mayor, I don't see Mr. DeMorris' phone number in the queue, and I don't see anyone unmuting their telephone.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir. That concludes call to the public. We're on page 11 of the agenda on item number 28. This is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to Elmshire LLC to place and maintain waste containers on sidewalks and city property.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 28. There is no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. Representative Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
No.
Molinar?
Aye.
Salcido? Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Aye.
Lizarraga,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
I said aye.
Thank you. And the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representatives Anelo Hernandez voting nay, Representative Salcido not present, and the remainder of council voting aye. The next item is number 29. This is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to A1 Outdoor Marketing to place and maintain waste containers on sidewalks and other city property.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 29. There's no public comment on that motion. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
Aye.
Representative Anelo.
No.
Hernandez.
No.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representatives Anelo Hernandez voting nay, Representative Salcido not present. The next item is number 30. This is a public hearing on an ordinance vacating a 20-foot public utility easement located within a portion of Block 36, Clardy Fox Subdivision, Unit 4.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 30. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
Aye.
Representative Anelo.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Was that yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Representative Salcido not present. The next item is number 31. This is a public hearing on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a conservation easement between the city of El Paso Water Utilities, and the Frontera Land Alliance to convey a conservation easement over the space property commonly referred to as the Lost Dog property.
Do we have any call to the public?
Yes, sir.
Can we take that, please?
Yes, sir. We do have 3 members of the public that signed up to speak on this item. The first person is Ms. Sharon Bonart. She will be followed by Ms. Marilyn Guida and Mr. Rick Bonart. Good afternoon, Ms. Bonart. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bonart.
Mayor, you didn't want to do the presentation first?
Pardon me?
Did you want to do the presentation first before?
We've already called the public. We'll allow them to do that, then we can do the presentation. We'll do that on the next item.
Thank you, Ms. Bonart. Good morning. You have 3 minutes. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephone.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Sharon Bonart, one of the participants in the campaign to save Lost Dog. The success of that campaign is ultimately why we're here today. I would be remiss in my role if I didn't continue to look out for the interests of the thousands of El Paso voters whose mandate is to save Lost Dog in its natural state in perpetuity. As written, the CE just needs a fix. It does a very good job of enumerating third-party activities that are prohibited. However, these harmful activities are without remedy. In fact, the conservation easements expressly exempt the city, EP Water, or Frontera from service damages created or caused by third parties. Simply put, we're describing the acts of vandalism, the deliberate destruction of public or private property. Under the CE, the property still belongs to the city. Ultimately, the onus to care for city property rests with the city. Are there any city properties you know of where vandalism or damage is tolerated and not repaired? For the city to exempt itself from caring for the citizens' property is totally irresponsible. How then is Lost Dog to be preserved in its natural state for all time, or the conservation values to be maintained with this hands-off approach? We need to be proactive, not reactive. This is the proper time to fix this. The Lost Dog conservation easement needs to be amended to identify who is responsible for protecting the surface estate, even if that damage is created by a third party. No one can deny this is a problem. This request is far from unreasonable. Currently, there are over approximately 200 complaints on Facebook about this very issue at Lost Dog. What is unreasonable is the notion that these concerns will be addressed at a later time. Please fix this now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Marilyn Guida. Ms. Guida, star 6, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city manager. You know, after hearing what Dr. Bonard just said, I'm confused, and it would have really helped to have the staff presentation, or if they give an answer to Dr. Bonard's concern, because I didn't know that was, I thought that problem of the damage was going to be solved by the conservation easement provision. So I really would like an answer to that. But what I wanted to say was that there are many people in El Paso who extend their thanks to each of you for supporting this citizen-inspired effort to persuade the city to purchase the NAT property and also to implement the conservation easements for protection of natural open space on the NAT property and the Lost Dog area. Upon your approval today, I hope the idea of conservation easements will spread to El Paso County and the other municipalities in the county, as well as to private landowners, such as ranchers and farmers who want to protect their land as well. My sincere thanks to you, Mayor, to each City Council member, to the City Manager and your hardworking staff for moving this process forward since the Council's June 11, 2019 decision to create the conservation easements. Today's approval of the conservation easements that I hope will occur will be a momentous event in the history of El Paso, one which I hope will begin a process for protection of more of our natural open space within the boundaries of the city and county of El Paso. And I'm also signed up for item 32. Thank you.
Before we go any further, Representative Schwartzman had asked, and there was miscommunication here, that he wanted the presentation after call to the public, but that's not what he said. He's telling me. So if we can do the presentation now before Dr. Bonard, I would appreciate that, Ms. Prine, because I know that's the next speaker, and that might answer some questions that are being asked. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir. We'll defer to staff presentation next.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. Laura, do you mind reading item number 32 into the record as well? Because the presentation will cover both items.
Yes, item number 32 is a public hearing on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a conservation easement between the City of El Paso Water Utilities, and the Frontera Land Alliance to convey a conservation easement over the open space property commonly referred to as a NAT property.
Yes. The state is Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. This is a presentation very similar that I gave 2 weeks ago at the council work session, and we have made an adjustment based on comments that we received after the initial presentation. The components of the conservation easements, obviously we have the agreement that's being approved via an ordinance on the second hearings that are scheduled for today on items 31 and 32. It also has various exhibits attached to the agreement that include the legal descriptions of both properties, the surveys, the baseline report, which defines what the natural state of these two properties are, the excluded areas, and those are areas that were reserved by El Paso Water for various functions, either for maintenance of existing facilities or the preservation of stormwater capabilities on various locations on these properties.
No, I feel like I would.
The two conservation easements before you, again, it's for the Knapp property and the Lost Dog. For the benefit of the public, a conservation easement is a voluntary legal agreement that permanently limits the use of the land and defines how the property will be managed in order to protect its conservation values in perpetuity. The progression and timeline of these two properties on the Knapp land, this was acquired as open space with the 2012 quality of life bonds. There was an additional parcel that was acquired with the 10% stormwater open space dual purpose fund, and an additional parcel was donated by the previous landowner. On June 11th, 2019, the City Council did direct that the city work with Frontera Land Alliance to establish a conservation easement on the Knapp land. For the Lost Dog, the May 2019 election, again, preserved the TERS 12, the Lost Dog area, as natural open space in perpetuity. And in February of 2020, the City Council directed that we proceed to do a conservation easement on this property as well. Since then, we've been working with Frontera and El Paso Water, as well as the state and Chevron to finalize the agreements, as well as the surface waiver for mineral rights under these two properties in order to be able to present these two items before you today. Under the conservation values, this is really important because it speaks to what it's been talking about and the damage that could occur after that. So under the agreement, the conservation easement will be conserving for the public benefit the property, which contains open space for recreation, scenic qualities, as well as the variety of wildlife, subsurface water, and plant life, all of which are important to the city residents and the region. The baseline report, which is attached to the backup, includes various photographs and site descriptions of both properties. To include the Knapp property, it documents scenic vistas, natural amenities, the wildlife and the flora of the area, as well as with the Lost Dog property. The next several slides are going to cover what are the common elements of both agreements. The Knapp land has different clauses in there that are associated with that specific property, but again, this next several slides are included in both properties. Under the agreements, the grantors, which include the grantor is defined by the City of El Paso and El Paso Water as a combined entity. Under this agreement, the existing uses by both include stormwater drainage to maintain and continue, obviously right of entry to enter the properties. Recreational uses, this is to include passive recreation, such as hiking, biking, photography, and birding. We also have water rights to water, subsurface, and stormwater. The drainage to install and construct and maintain drainage structures within the excluded areas. These are drainage facilities that would be adjacent to like the maintenance road over on the Lost Dog that leads up to the water tank that's existing. Also maintenance and repairs to existing improvements, specifically for stormwater and water facilities. Fences that can be replaced and repaired. Habitat management, this is to control noxious vegetation and improve the habitat for the environment, as well as utility improvements that are existing that may be repaired or replaced. In addition, continuing with the grantor's permitted uses, this is to transfer, sell, convey the property subject to the easement, if that was to be the case. We did make the modification from the last council meeting, the first reading of the ordinance. There was a comment made by Ms. Guida about artifacts, so that language has been updated to reflect historic and cultural resources, so that it's in line with the language that's associated with the Texas State Historic Preservation Office. The roads, the existing roads, we're allowed to maintain. Emergency vehicle operations and habitat restoration work is also permitted by the city and El Paso Water, as well as restoration, restore damage caused by natural disasters, as well as trash receptacles. The grantees' right, this is Frontera Land Alliance, include the right to protect and the conservation values. So this is where a portion of the enforcement comes in through the easement, through the rights that are being provided to Frontera under this easement, the right of entry to inspect, the restoration. This is also Frontera under this agreement can also go in and restore the condition prior to the damage. This can be done through a third-party agreement or in conjunction with the grantor, to include El Paso Water and the city of El Paso. Monitoring of the properties is also one of the primary purposes, and they will be issuing out a monitoring report on a yearly basis to both entities. And then the service fee. This is the fee that will be paid over 5 years under a separate agreement for the various amounts listed on your slide today. These are the prohibited uses on the property, and one of the requests that has come in as a result of our dialogue and the public input, we are working in conjunction with the Parks Department to develop signage that outlines what are the prohibited uses out there at some of the main entrances of both properties, to include Lost Dog and Napland. And of course, under the agreement, these signage that's going to be proposed will be coordinated with El Paso Water and the Frontera Land Alliance to make sure that they're in approval of it as well. These prohibited uses include structures and improvements. Any unimproved road can be maintained, but no replacement of structures. Vehicles, no motorized vehicles. Paving or road construction is not allowed. Subdivision of the properties is also not allowed. Agricultural activities, to include farming, is not allowed. Trash, no dumping of accumulation of trash. Commercial and industrial activity is not allowed. Hunting or trapping. Recreational construction and usage, such as barbecues, picnic tables, or receptacles, are not allowed on both of these properties. Pest and weed control is also not allowed. Signage, again, no billboard signs, where existing signs may be maintained and replaced. So the only thing that would be allowed under this agreement will be signs that are related to the conservation easement for information, wayfinding. And as I stated earlier, information about the prohibited uses will also be included in there and will be processed and installed with the proper authorizations. And then future uses, again, would be evaluated to ensure that they're consistent with the conservation values. Continuing on with the common elements, there is the grantee's discretionary consent. So Frontera will be allowed to consent for prohibited uses under certain circumstances, as discussed and approved by the city and El Paso Water. The land management plan is critical. This is a companion exhibit to this agreement, and it basically mirrors the conservation easement as to the rights and responsibilities, but it gets into a little bit more detail related to the restoration and the maintenance responsibilities of entities within this agreement. And I'll be going over that here in a minute. The enforcement, the grantee has the right to prevent and correct or require the correction of violations. So Frontera, under the easement, has the right to enforce the restrictions if there's prohibited uses, whether it's by the city, El Paso Water, or a third party, that they have the right under the agreement, again, to enforce and to prevent and correct the required violations through the proper notification process outlined in the agreement. The acts beyond the grantor's control is also language that was included in there. Again, under the agreements, the city of El Paso or El Paso Water cannot be held legally responsible for anybody doing any of the prohibited items or activities listed on the agreements. However, under the maintenance clauses of the agreements, the city and El Paso Water are responsible for the maintenance and restoration in conjunction with Frontera, subject to budget appropriations by both entities. And we'll cover that a little bit more in the land maintenance management plan. Public access will also be maintained on both properties. Cost and upkeep of maintenance, again, under the agreement, Frontera will not be responsible for the cost relating to the operation, upkeep, or maintenance of the facility. Hazardous material insurance and liability are all included as part of the general language of the agreements. Eminent domain clause, again, this is if the state or federal government came in with eminent domain actions, we would work with both Frontera and El Paso Water to address the situation if it ever comes up, and that language is included in there. The mining Chevron waiver, they have provided a surface waiver for mineral rights for both properties. That is a 30-year waiver, and that'll be executed after the approvals are considered today. The easement can be assigned by Frontera to another entity with the approval of both El Paso Water and the city. And of course, it's got general provisions and the various exhibits associated with it. The Chevron waiver, as I stated, covers both properties, the Lost Dog and the NAPland, and it is a 30-year mineral rights surface waiver that has been proposed and will be executed after the approval and execution of these easements. Some of the unique elements under the NAPland, which is item 32, include that the water, the city of El Paso owns a portion of it. So under the maintenance clause in the land management plan, the city owns the property that was bought with 2012 quality of life bonds. And so the city itself will be responsible for some of the maintenance or any of the restoration that would be associated with this portion of the property. And El Paso Water will be associated with their portion that was bought with a 10% stormwater fee. Under the NAP, what was envisioned and what we discussed the last council meeting was that it includes a building envelope clause that would allow the city of Frontera and El Paso Water to develop an educational structure or an educational area that could include and highlight information about the conservation efforts as well as information about the properties. Trash cans are also allowed into this area so long as it's approved by, the location is approved by El Paso Water and the city. Under this agreement, as I stated, the city will bear cost responsibilities for the city property, and then the El Paso Water will bear the cost responsibilities to upkeep and maintain and restore the El Paso parcel, the El Paso Water parcel. The meets and bounds for the NAPland include a total of over 360 acres, 350 acres, again, two parcels. The 280 acres that was bought with with quality of life bond, 72 acres that was donated, and the 158 acres that is the El Paso Water parcel that was bought with 10% stormwater fee. The baseline report is what documents on both properties the natural state of each of these two properties. It documents information of the site itself. It includes easement provisions. It includes the phase 1 environmental assessment, the historic and current state of the land, ecological features, the water source, water demands, soils, as well as photo documentation that's really important to ensure that we have a good baseline for the properties as to how they exist today. The areas excluded from the conservation easement, again, these are facilities or areas that El Paso Water currently has facilities. In this case, there's 2 dams that are associated with this areas that are excluded from the conservation easement. Of course, both properties are subject to the exceptions under the title. So if there's existing easements or title information, those are obviously the conservation easements are they're exceptions to the conservation easement. Under the management plan, so again, it serves as a reference and to help and guide each party to ensure that they're following up with the proper responsibilities. It is a supplemental document to the easement. It is intended to be updated at least once every 10 years to ensure that we capture any additional techniques or any additional opportunities to preserve the conservation values of the properties, and also assist in the protection of the native lands, geological formations, as well as ensure that we're providing a unique outdoor experience for the future. Under the land management plan, the grantor, which is again, it's El Paso Water and the city is required, El Paso Water is required to maintain the uses, the ingress and egress, restore any damage. And again, you heard Dr. Bonart talk about who's responsible. There's a responsibility to restore damage under the land management plan. It's also under this, we allow the public to engage in passive recreational uses. The water rights that were discussed install and construct drainage structures within the exempted areas of the conservation easement area, maintain and remodel existing improvements. We're allowed to remove any structures that may be out there, repair or replace fences, specifically within the NAP land area, control noxious weeds, as we discussed, restore disturbed areas, as also the responsibility under the land management plan. The lease to lease land within the building envelope is an opportunity. This is the educational area within the NAP land area. We can operate motorized vehicles for emergency, secure funding to restore damage caused by disasters, secure funding to restore damage by any third party, and construct and maintain a parking lot, provide and maintain trash receptacles, bear responsibility for maintenance, enforce rules and ordinance of the city. So even though they may not be specific to any punishment or enforcement on third-party damages, under the city code 13.24, the city does have the means, or the El Paso Water has the means also to recover any damages from third-party entities that may have damaged the property. If the city or El Paso Water go out there and restore or repair any damages under 13.24, we're allowed to recover those damages as well. Under the grantee, the land management plan, Frontera is allowed to preserve and protect the conservation values, enter the property at any time, inspect for compliance, secure funding to restore any harmed area by a violation. A violation will be an activity that is prohibited under the easement. Prevent and correct or require corrections of violations. So under the agreement, there's a process by which Frontera Line Alliance can send a notice to the city and El Paso Water that there's been a violation of the easement. And under those, we're required, the city and El Paso Water is required to respond with a corrective plan under those violations. Frontera is also allowed to monitor conditions of populations, resources, and the populations would be the animal populations as well. Funding to restore disturbed area following utility improvements, place signs on property, monitor trail conditions, as well as enter into agreements for maintenance and repair with third parties. So under the agreement, there's flexibility for everybody to contribute and collaborate to restore any damage that is caused within these properties. The city and El Paso Water officially have the maintenance and the cost responsibilities, but Frontera also has the ability to enter into third party, whether it be volunteers or any nonprofit agencies out there that may want to do cleanups or restorations. They're allowed to do that as well under the current agreement that's before you today. For the Lost Dog unique elements, again, it's got very similar exhibits behind it. The upkeep and maintenance, in this case, all of the parcels over 1,000 acres will remain in El Paso Water's inventory, and as such, they will bear the costs and responsibilities for the maintenance on the Lost Dog. Hazardous material was also established. Well, there was a phase 1 study completed, so that's unique to this property. And then, of course, the mining, the state of Texas did not waive the mineral rights on the 1,000 acres for Lost Dog. These are the two main parcels associated with this property. And it's got its own baseline report. Again, that documents the various characteristics of the property to include vistas, soil, scenic features, as well as ample photo documentation to include flora and fauna of the area. The areas included in the conservation easement that will be excluded from the agreement include the access to the existing facilities for El Paso Water, to include a water tank and the roads. And this is the last exhibit for that. And this property is also is subject to the exceptions under the title that include utility easements, mineral interest, and other reservations under the title work. The land management plan, again, very similar to the NAP plan, so I won't go into detail as well, but this really outlines the responsibilities and the capabilities of both entities as to the restoration specific to any damage that is caused by third-party entities that may be out there. So today, before you is the second reading of the ordinances. It's item 31 and 32. And as I stated at the last go-around, part of our strategy with this new assets that we've included in our inventory Ben Fife with Parks and Rec and Brian Crow with Destination El Paso are working on the ecotourism information that's outlined in the strategic plan. So they'll be looking to highlight and definitely take advantage of these two properties and the conservation easement that we have to ensure that we're taking full advantage from an ecotourism strategy for the city. And these are the two items that are before you today. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Again, I want to go back, if I may, just on the land management plan. I think it's very clear. The legal responsibility is different than the maintenance responsibility under these agreements. So the city cannot indemnify a third party that goes out there and builds a new trail, that dumps trash or tires, if you will. And so we can't be legally responsible for that as a grantor. However, we are responsible to go out there and restore and maintain and upkeep the property in coordination with Frontera Land Alliance. And that gives us the right to go after those third party if we're able to identify those, so that we're able to recover the costs associated with any restoration of such actions. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Also, before I turn that over, I did want to turn the, if I can, I don't know, I'm not sure if Scott Cutler is on the line. I do want to thank him and Janae from Frontera Land Alliance, and obviously El Paso Water and Eddie Moreno with Mechanic Lamlin that worked really hard on this agreement. And then of course, City Attorney Roberto Berto is also was a big part of this. Scott, are you on the line by chance?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Sam, for the review of the easements. And on behalf of the Frontera Land Alliance, I do want to say how pleased we are to be part of these historic conservation easements for the city of El Paso and for our community. We look forward to working with the city and El Paso Water to ensure that these conservation values for which these lands are being protected in perpetuity are maintained. And all of us as community members have a stake in helping to make sure that these lands remain forever places that we and future generations will be able to enjoy. So thank you all for the work that you've put into doing this, and we look forward to being able to enjoy these properties for a long, long time.
Thank you, sir. And with that, Ms. Prine, I want to go back to Dr. Bonart.
Yes, Mayor. We do have Mr. Rick Bonart. Star 6, please. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I hope you can hear me.
Hello, Dr. Bonart.
So, you know, this is 99.9% great, but we still have some work to do, I think, a couple of issues. And if you could, you know, in the backup, if they could bring up page 116, I think that would be most helpful for everybody to look at.
I don't know. Page 116 of the PDF, Dr. Bonart, is on the screen.
Is it? Okay, we're not seeing it here. But hopefully what you're looking at there is Exhibit E, the land management plan for the Lost Dog property, the conservation easement, page 2, bullet point 6. It says may install or construct drainage structures within the areas identified on the El Paso Water Reservations map. Is there a water reservations map that we could see? I don't know where that is. You need to scroll down to bullet 6.
Yeah, it's right here, Dr. Bonart. I'm highlighting it with my cursor.
Okay. Where is Sam? Where is that?
Will you read that
map?
to him, Mr. Rodriguez, since he can't see it?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
so
you,
it's
sir.
bullet point number 6. Says under the grantor, outlines the grantor, again, City of El Paso and El Paso Water, our responsibilities and permissions. So we may install or construct drainage structures within the areas identified on El Paso Water reservation maps, if required by the city or utility district, provided prior notice is given to the grantee, Frontera, and grantee retains the right to ingress and egress on the property. So these are the maps that I went over in the presentation, and they are included in the agreement. And I'm going to go up here and show them to you. So
yeah, just show it. It would go a long way if that was an exhibit, but I'd like to see what that map looks like.
So the exhibits and the meets and bounds for these reservation areas start on the PDF on would be page. Give me 1 second here.
I think you're talking about Exhibit D.
That is correct, Dr. Bonar. Exhibit D provides you the location of these facilities and the meets and bounds that will be recorded, that will be exempted from the easement.
On the Knapp property, there's actually an exhibit that references the water reservations map, but that's not part of the Lost Dog Agreement. And in fact, if you go back to that page 116, it's actually footnoted as being part of the Knapp Agreement. I think you just need to change that bullet point. See, I'm trying to make a very easy correction here. All you have to do is change the language to take out reservations map and insert the words Exhibit D, and then you fixed it. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay. Then as to the second thing, which is a little bit bigger issue, but really not. And I listened to you guys earlier today, and I appreciate you giving me time here, talking about the golf course and what a great job has happened since you hired a manager out there. This is the same issue that you have here. If you go into your page 27 of your PDF, you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's referenced as item 15, cost, upkeep, and maintenance. Under both the grantor and the grantee, it says they shall not be responsible for new trails or damage to the surface of the property created or caused by third parties or the activities of third parties. You know, what you're talking about here is vandalism. And when I had my own property, if vandalism occurred on my property, even if it wasn't my fault, I needed to fix it. And, you know, the city has a responsibility. If there's a parks department, you know, and damage at a city park, even if you can't find the person that did it, you're going to correct that. We're not asking for the sky here, and we're certainly not asking for you to deal with problems that other communities haven't dealt with. And I forwarded to some of you a job description and what it would take to be a manager of natural surface trails. There are industry standards. There are books from the U.S. Forest Department and the Mountain Biking Association, and even a study by the colleges that I referenced. These are, all you're trying to get us to do is what's known as the best efforts, best practices. And all you need is one person. I think you guys were interested in a trail coordinator. Well, that job should really encompass management of this. This is something new to our city. I understand that it may seem foreign and you don't really know what to do, but I will assure you there are many job advertisements out there from Colorado, Nevada, Utah. They're looking and advertising for trail maintenance personnel. It's not a weird job. It's something that you need. And so if you would go into this cost, upkeep, and maintenance, and under grantor shall bear all costs and responsibilities to the extent allowed or required by law related to the operation, upkeep, and maintenance of the property in its present state as documented in the baseline report. However, grantor shall not be responsible for new trails, et cetera, et cetera. Just strike that last sentence. At the end of the day, the city's responsible for that, you know, and should welcome it as leaders and not duck it as something that you would not want to take care of. You don't need to try to exonerate yourself from a responsibility.
Dr. Bonart, will you allow Mr. Rodriguez to answer, please?
Yes, and I'm going to see if Roberta Brego is on the line as well. I want to make sure that we understand the two differences between what we're talking about. There's the legal responsibility, and then there's a maintenance responsibility. So the agreement is very clear that the city and or El Paso Water, depending on who owns the property, is responsible for the repair, to damage, to maintain, to upkeep both properties. This particular language was included in here to allow the city to pursue and not indemnify anybody that would damage the property out there. And so I'm not sure, Roberta, are you on the line that you can help clarify from a legal standpoint?
I am. I think Sam did a great job of explaining it on the PowerPoint pages 13 and 24 when he talked about this. But we would not want to take that sentence off, because that would make the city responsible legally and financially for any misdeed of a third party out there. Under no circumstances would the city want to do that. This is a conservation easement that is held by Frontera. We are one of the entities that are subject to this conservation easement. Third-party actors are also subject to this conservation easement. We want to make sure that not just the city, but third parties are also held accountable for any violations of the conservation easement. But like Sam said, the city is also required to maintain the property, the city or El Paso Water, because we own it. That's just what it is, and we've said in this agreement that we'll maintain it. But to be legally and financially responsible for the acts of a third party, that's just not something the city would want to do under any circumstances.
So I guess what I'm getting at is my example. So if someone goes into a city park and damages that park, then isn't the city going to step up and repair that damage? Because what you're doing right now is creating a very large park. And
well, what we would do in that circumstance is we would want to repair the property, but we would also want to go after the offender. And we have the right to do that. That's a misdemeanor. And also just under regular, property rights law, the city can go after someone who harms city property. So that's what this is about. It's about Frontera's right to pursue violators, the correct violators of their conservation easement.
And, and as you stated, Ms. Brito, there are numerous laws, state, federal, and city laws that address different harms to your property. It's obviously illegal to destroy public property or even private property. No one's questioning that, and I don't think that this statement
Dr. Bonard, would you like for us to pull the item off the agenda so you can negotiate and talk to City Attorney and Mr. Rodriguez in a different form, or just because?
No, I really don't, Mayor, and I appreciate you asking. I just think it's common sense that you need to think about this. I don't think I don't think you need to delay this, but I think that it needs to be corrected so that it's very clear that I proposed this to Mr. Ballou earlier and suggested that what they should do is add a position to take care of these properties. And as you acquire more properties, we have them, this needs to happen.
Mr. Rodriguez, can we make these changes, or do we need the table the item because of the impasse? Mr. Rodriguez?
Mayor, our recommendation from operations and from the legal team would be not to change this statement. I think the documents are very clear. We need to define what the legal responsibilities are and what the maintenance and upkeep and restoration responsibilities are. I think as Roberta stated, Ms. Brito, that taking away this language, in essence, what we would end up doing would be indemnifying any third party that goes out there that does damage and could jeopardize our ability to recover any damages or costs associated with the repair or maintenance of those deeds.
All right.
Mayor, I concur with Sam's comments, and I don't believe we're at an impasse. I believe that council is prepared to vote on this item, and I would recommend that it move forward.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't want to continue the conversation. There was no agreement on it, so I just wanted to make sure that we're okay with it and moving forward. So, Dr. Bonard, I do thank you for your time, and I gave you a little extra time to make sure that you did have the opportunity to explain and move forward. So with that, I thank you very much, Dr. Bonart, for your time, and we'll move forward. Thank you very much, sir, again, for your time. And I know we met in my office and came to what seems to be an agreement that the voters voted on that we needed to represent. So I thank you for that, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And with that, we'll move forward. I know that we have Representative Anello would like to speak, and followed by Representative Schwartzbein, and followed by Representative Molinar. Representative Anello?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I did want to just, you know, I agree with Sam. I think there's been a lot of work done on both of these agreements. And I think there is a sense of urgency on behalf of Frontera on getting these agreements passed. And I actually I don't know if Janae is on the line, if she would like to kind of give her opinion on the conversation that was just had. I don't know, Sam, do you know if Janae is on the line?
I know Scott Keller was on the line. He's the gentleman that just spoke. I think Janae was going to be on the line as well.
Or if Scott, you know, wants to chime in. Sorry, Scott.
I'm here.
You also have Eddie Moreno here from Kemp Smith, who represented Frontera with the negotiation of these documents.
I think Ed Moreno would probably be a good one to answer your questions related to the...
Okay. Thank you.
Frontera's view of the issues discussed today are in line with the city's recommendations. I think there's just a misunderstanding about the abilities to maintain, to repair any damage to the property versus being legally liable for third-party actors. So that's the distinction there. Both the city, El Paso Water, and Frontera all have the ability to restore any damage caused to the property, and the agreement states that we would work together to come up with funding and plans for taking action on those issues. Again, it's just the distinction of not being legally liable for third parties, which I think would be unreasonable and uncustomary to make either party responsible for those actions.
Mr. Moreno, thank you so much for that clarification.
Can you introduce yourself for the record, though, please?
Yes, my name is Eddie Moreno. I'm an attorney with Kemp Smith, and our firm assisted Frontera with the review and negotiation of these documents.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your comments also.
Thank you. And so, yeah, I want to thank everybody that's been involved in both of these. It's been a long time coming. It means a lot to many of the council members and, you know, as we saw the referendum, members of the public. And so really happy to support this today. Very excited that, you know, this day has come, and I know that there are still questions, and I think that we can work in the future to clarify kind of some of the misconceptions and what we can do and what the plan is, but I do think it is important that we do support these today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Anello. And with that, we have Representative Schwartzbein, followed by Representative Molinar.
Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
And very excited about this process being there and us getting this much closer. And I want to thank again everybody for getting us to this point. First and foremost, the supporters who voted for Proposition A, for the Bonarts, and other members of the hiking and biking community who have been advocating to preserve this land for a very long time, as well as members of city staff, PSB, and the Frontera Land Alliance. I think it's important, you know, to not to sort of work through some of these questions that are still there and that we're working through to make sure that we look at the maintenance of our open spaces as a whole in our community. And so I know that at the, you know, in the beginning of this conservation easement, it talks specifically, I don't know if we want to go to it's, I think, page 17 on this, whereas on July 23rd, the El Paso City Council approved municipal drainage utility systems 10% fund to compensate the system for the fair market value. Again, these are funds specifically dedicated to for dual purpose stormwater and open space funds, right, for stormwater management as well as the preservation, and I would argue the maintenance of open space. And so since the PSB receives these stormwater fee funds and had received many, many millions of dollars for these funds for the express purpose of preservation and maintenance of our open space, and these funds are received directly from the public, from you, the taxpayer, for the express purpose of preserving and maintaining open space and stormwater. I would like to make a motion today that I think will help to address some of these concerns. And my motion would be to ask the PSB to return within 60 days to the City Council for their maintenance plan for the Lost Dog Trail area and property. And I hope that I could at least entertain a second from one of my colleagues for this.
Second that, Representative Schwartzbein, but Ms. Prime, am I wrong that we still need a second on the main motion?
I did make a motion to approve, but I did not hear a second on that.
That's correct.
You're right.
That's
I seconded.
on the main motion. I heard Representative Anello make a motion, but I never heard a second.
Oh, second.
Okay, so do you want to remake your motion, Representative Schwartzbein?
So yeah, I would like to make a motion to ask the PSB to return within 60 days to the City Council for their maintenance plan for the Lost Dog Trail area and property.
So second.
And again, my intention and hope is that with those stormwater fee funds that were used for this, the dual purpose and others, and with some of the conversations that have been having by the public, like Dr. Bonat and others, about looking forward, because Napland, Lost Dog, these are not the last open space parcels that we are going to be discussing as a community and how to preserve and celebrate them. You look at areas like the Palisades, the Northeast Franklin Hills area, Lazy Cow, Chuck Heinrich. There are many, many other areas that the city's looking at leaning in towards embracing an open space future, towards embracing ecotourism. And it makes sense to be strategic and smart about when we talk about maintaining open space with those dual use funds, that maintaining and preserving is included in that. So those are some of the ideas, and I look forward to the support of my colleagues for this, and coming back with the PSB coming back with this maintenance plan as well. And so again, I would like to that's kind of this great opportunity that we have. I mean, this has been a tremendous opportunity for residents and institutions to collaborate to better our city through bold progressive action, and this is something that has made me truly happy to see this project come to fruition. Possibly one of the most important projects that I've had an opportunity to work on as a representative. And it's been an honor to be able to work on this. Again, I hope that we can count our support. I also understand too that there's many other people that would like to speak, but this day has been long in coming. We are so close towards the finish lines, and I also think too, by again, this motion to ask the PSB to return back with the maintenance plan, I think will help to clarify some of those questions that are still there, and again, provide a further path towards maintenance preservation of our open space areas in El Paso into the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And this is the item I knew that you were very excited about. I was a couple items too early.
You were so excited about my excitement that you got excited.
And I got the wrong one. And then the wrong order, so thank you again. So with that, I have Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leeser. This is a historic day for the city of El Paso. I take pride that I was there at the first meeting, River's Lost Dog. There at the podium finish with Dr. Rick Bonart and his wife, Dr. Sharon Bonart, and a bunch of others. There was probably like 30, 35 people there in attendance. And we had a vision to save Lost Dog. We were able to get voters to register and do great branding and marketing to get the voters to approve this back in May of 2019. So a heartfelt thank you to the Bonards for that as well. They never wavered. They continued fighting that. The Frontera Land Alliance, I'd like to thank them as well, El Paso Water, and everyone working for the city of El Paso. It'll be my honor to vote yes for this, but pending what's exactly going to happen. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Molinar. And with that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor, there is a motion and a second to ask the Public Service Board to return within 60 days to City Council with a maintenance plan for the Lost Dog Trail property. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Hold on one second, and I just got a request from Representative Hernandez. If we could just wait on the vote 1 second, please.
Were
Representative
there
Hernandez?
more members signed up to speak, or?
No, there was 3 of them, and they.
Oh, I thought I heard 30 for a second.
No, sir.
Representative Hernandez?
I was confused, but I understand now that the city owns the land, but PSB is required to maintain it. So your plan is to ask them to come back with a maintenance plan, but essentially there's going to have to be a budgetary discussion. And so that's where my concern is, because the only funding available is stormwater funds, or, you charge it back to ratepayers. At the end of the day, water ratepayers will have to pay for that. And so I'm happy to support that, but I want to, bring up the looming question that we're ignoring here is, how is that going to be paid for? And our ratepayers going to have to pay for that. And so I'll support the plan, but I'm concerned about the budget, whose responsibility it should be, whether that be PSB or the Frontera or the city. I think everybody needs to come to the table to come up with the plan, because again, that cost is going to be shifted to the ratepayers, or you're going to redivert stormwater funds. And we already know that the funds are very limited.
So I think, respectfully, Mayor, if I can just sort of address Representative Hernandez's questions.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So I think that when we're talking about an overall maintenance plan, or we're talking about the kind of commitment that would needed to be there, I think that Dr. Bonar brought it up, and I think having a position of a sort of open space coordinator within the PSB would seem to make a lot of sense. I don't think it's something that needs to be an entirely new department or group of people. It could be a person, but somebody that is focused on that and can help coordinate different projects or efforts relating towards maintenance of open space. At the end of the day, the document seems to be sort of clear about who would maintain these areas. Even before there was possibly an easement placed on it, the area still is being maintained by the Public Service Board. So not sure how that necessarily would change. That seems to be something that's there, and it's something that's also, again, written into the document. Again, those stormwater funds are there. The dual purpose funds are there for preservation of open space as well as stormwater. And it seems well within the understanding of preservation of open space that part of that is also maintenance. And so, again, I think this is a conversation that will continue to go, but it's important to sort of, again, have this item where we can continue this conversation as well.
Thank you. And with that, we have you started the vote.
Yes, Mayor. This motion was to ask the Public Service Board to return within 60 days to City Council with a maintenance plan for the Lost Dog Trail property. And Mayor Pro Tem voted aye. Representative Anello?
Aye.
Molinar?
Nay.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Salcido?
Nay.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Lizarraga?
We're voting on the amendment, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is for yes. What's
Okay.
that?
I too have concerns about the cost, and so my vote is nay. No.
Thank you. The motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representatives Molinar, Salcido, Lizarraga voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion passes. There's also the second motion was to approve, and this was made by Representative Anello, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, to approve the ordinance on item number 31. On that motion...
Are we taking 32 also since it's related, or
no,
separate?
Sir. This is only for 31.
Okay.
And this motion is to approve item number 31, the ordinance on item number 31. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Very, very proud to be voting in support of this today. I vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
I'm honored to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Salcido.
I'm excited to vote aye.
Rodriguez. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion to approve passes unanimously. The next item is 32, which was also read into the record. This is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a conservation easement between the city of El Paso Water Utilities, and the Frontera Land Alliance to convey a conservation easement over the open space property commonly referred to as the NAT property.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And we do have public comment on this item.
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay, the first person is Ms. Sylvia Richards. Sylvia Richards. Ms. Richards, if you're in the queue, *6. Ms. Sylvia Richards will be followed by Ms. Lois Balin, followed by Ms. Sharon Bonart and Ms. Marilyn Guida. Ms. Sylvia Richards? Ms. Lois Balin? Ms. Sharon Bonart? I see Ms. Bonart in the queue. *6, ma'am. Mrs. Bonart? *6. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bonart.
Good afternoon. I'm really pleased that you all have done such a wonderful job on this. I know it's been a hard thing to do, and I'm really sorry that more of the community wasn't involved in this so that there could be a greater understanding of what some of the terms were. But with Representative Schwartzbein's recommendation and the council passing that, I think that remediates the big concern that a number of us have as to who's going to do what and how things are going to be remediated. Again, I want to tell everyone thank you very much, and I think we've got something that El Paso can really be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bonart.
Thank you. Is Ms. Marilyn Guida in the queue? Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon again, Mayor, council members, and city manager and staff. There are many people in El Paso who've been following this. They've been kind of quiet. You know, we've had a pandemic, and it's really sort of awkward to try to figure out how to use the technology in order to make a public comment. Although I like the opportunity to have this virtual input. I certainly am completely in favor of going ahead with item 32 on the NAT property. I see the conservation easement as a beginning, not the end. And there's a lot more that we need to do to safeguard these properties because as we saw on Lost Dog when Dr. Rick Bonart did his presentation on April 27th, you know, people are loving the open space to death. They're creating more trails, and so we really do need staff at the city and El Paso Water to be watching out and overlooking this and working with Frontera Land Alliance. And I totally appreciate the points that Scott Cutler made from Frontera Land Alliance. There is one important person missing from the public comment list on this item. That is Bob Geyer. Bob's impressive work history included Sun Metro for 19 years, including 15 months as acting director of Sun Metro. Also, he worked for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. He worked for a disability policy consortium and the Houston Metropolitan Ministries. He was a professor in the University of Houston Graduate School of Social Work, from which he graduated, and an instructor at EPCC. His community service included 13 organizations in El Paso, Houston, and Austin. Mayor Leeser had recently appointed Bob to his second term on the El Paso Open Space Advisory Board. Bob accomplished all this after being significantly paralyzed at the age of 22 from a car accident. Recently, Bob told me that the most important thing to him at this point in his life was to see a conservation easement on the Knapp property. Bob passed away on April 30. I don't know for sure, but I hope he was viewing the April 27 council meeting when you all unanimously voted to move the conservation easement ordinance forward to today for a final vote. So I thank you all for your efforts to continually work with the citizens of El Paso, and I appreciate all of what the staff has done to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mita.
Thank you. Ms. Sylvia Richards or Ms. Lois Balin? *6. Mayor, I don't see either of their phone numbers in the queue at this time.
Thank you. So we'll go with the motion.
Yes, sir. There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 32. Public comment has been taken. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman.
Wanted to speak.
What was that, Representative Molinar?
Mayor Leisure, this Representative Molinar to test you to speak, please.
Oh, there you are. You did text me. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, once again, back on April the 27th, I mentioned a litany of people who are the core group of SOS or Save Our Sierras. That name or that list included Mr. Robert Bob Geyer. I echo the same sentiments as Ms. Guida that she mentioned. This gentleman, Mr. Geyer, was a profound citizen, always wanting to do what's right, always wanting to do what's well for the community. I know he worked tirelessly. I had a friendship with the gentleman, and I learned a lot from him. And he was always a strong advocate to do things well and to do things right. So my heart goes out to his family that we lost a great citizens for the city of El Paso. But also at the same time, once again, I won't say the names again, but those people that I've met every Monday at the IHOP on Hondo Pass, thank you very much. The Knapp family for donating the parcel of the land to the Knapp property as well, the Frontera Land Alliance, El Paso Water, and everyone involved in the city of El Paso. I thank you, a heartfelt thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Geyer did call and was very thankful. And as a matter of fact, he called a couple times to thank us for reappointing him to the board. He was very proud to serve on that board, so thank you. And with that, now we'll take the motion.
Yes,
thank
Mayor.
you, Representative Molinar.
There is a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 32. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman.
Once a day, a great vote and a great day for our citizens in our beautiful community. I vote yes. Thank you for everybody who has supported this, both from the public side, the city side, Frontera, PSB, and everybody in between. What a great and beautiful day for our community.
Representative Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Molinar?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Lizarraga?
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 33. This is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 12, Section 12.88.180, no stopping or standing tow-away zone, to add portions of Rio del Norte Drive.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve item number 33. There's no public comment on this ordinance. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 34. This is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 12, Section 12.88.150, speed limits to establish a maximum speed limit on Stan Roberts Senior Drive Avenue.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 34. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Molinar,
Aye.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 35. This is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title 12, Section 12.88.150, speed limits to reduce the speed limit on portions of Zaragoza Road.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the ordinance on item number 35. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Molinar,
Aye.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 36. This is discussion and action on the approval of the Department of Aviation's El Paso International Airport 5-year capital improvement plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. I presented in detail this morning during our quarterly presentation the projects that we'd be taking on with the CIP. I do have a presentation if you'd like to see it. It's pretty much a repeat of what we looked at this morning, so I appreciate your consideration on this matter.
I think we saw the presentation and did a great job. Unless you want to start all the way from the beginning all over again, Mr. Sharp.
Sir, I think I'd pass on it if you'd allow me.
Thank you. You did a great job today, though. Thank you, and you do a great job out there. So with that, we have a motion and a second.
There is a motion and a second to approve item number 36. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Yes.
Representative Anello,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Molinar, Molinar.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera, Lizarraga,
Aye.
Rivera. I believe Representative Rivera is having technical difficulties. The motion passes unanimously. Representative Rivera not present. The next item is number 37. This is presentation and discussion by Project Ariba on their mid-year report on status of activities during the fiscal year, use of grant funds, and progress in the performance measures required under the agreement with the City of El Paso.
Good afternoon, Monica Fuentes with Economic Development. Item 37 is Project Ariba delivering their mid-year report to Council as required in their Chapter 380 agreement. This was executed on October 2nd, 2018. And here today to present the report, Mr. Roman Ortiz, CEO of Project Ariba.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know if you see the PowerPoint.
We see your screen, and good afternoon, Mr. Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. It's an honor again to speak to you all. This is just our, like Monica said, this is a quick update on the mid-year, how well we are doing in our third year in partnership with the City of El Paso. We've had many, many years in partnership with the city, but this is in regards to the Impact Fund contract that we have. As you know, Project Ariba is vital in creating essential workers. That's one of the biggest jobs that are in demand for this region. And it will continue to be something that will continue to grow in our community as well. As mentioned before, the City of El Paso Impact Fund of $300,000 for year 3 was leveraged with other federal, state, and local dollars to promote needed job training for this region. And Project Ariba is on track to meet and or exceed all of our performance measures. Our graduates are equipped with the knowledge and the skills and the abilities needed to attain meaningful employment that moves their families out of poverty and into great living wage jobs. We have 4 main goals for our organization, and that's to provide access to an at-risk population to college, to keep those at-risk populations in persisting through post-secondary success, and then obviously having those folks graduate and complete their post-secondary success. And the main goal is to get them into great jobs here in this region.
Mr. Ortiz,
we believe
Mr. Ortiz,
yes.
Allow me to interrupt you, sir. We've lost quorum. Okay, thank you. We regained the quorum. Thank you.
Okay. Our main tagline is investing in human capital, and that's what the partnership with the City of El Paso is doing, is that we're investing in the human capital of this local region in El Paso. So our first goal of access, we proposed that we would case manage a total of 465 participants at the completion of year 3, which would be by August of this year. And of the city participants sponsored at Project Ariba, 60% would be at or below 100% of the Health and Human Services poverty guidelines. And our actual activity is that we've case managed now 459 participants midway through this year, and over 88% of the people that we serve are at or below poverty. And continuing our access goal, of the 459 case managed under the City of El Paso Impact Fund, the following demographics are true. 83% of them are female, 51% have dependent children. The average age is 30, 93% Hispanic, and 31% of those received food stamps. Of the city's participants sponsored through Project Ariba, our goal was to have 5 ESL to living wage participants per year. Our actual activity right now is we have 15 participants were enrolled in the Bridges to Success ESL to living wage program. Our next goal of persistence was to maintain at least an 80% academic retention rate year to year. And the actual activity through Project Ariba's innovative case management approach and wraparound supportive services, we have a 91% academic retention rate that was achieved. And this is mainly due because of the great case management that Project Ariba has, it being as comprehensive as it is, and being able to serve this at-risk population, helping them navigate getting through college at Community College, UTEP, and at Texas Tech. Our next goal was to graduate at least 60 per year by the end of year 3, August 31st of 2021. As of right now, mid-year, we have 43 participants that have graduated in a high-demand occupation. And cumulatively, Project Ariba has graduated 183 participants over these last 2.5 years. Of the 183 graduates, you can see here that all of these graduates are essential workers. So over the last 31 months, you can see that we've graduated 83 BSNs, 50 ADNs, 33 licensed vocational nurses, and other ancillary healthcare degrees, as you see there. Our last goal is to job place at least 50 individuals at or above $14 an hour, and to maintain relationships with employer partners. Our actual activity, as of mid-year, we have 37 participants that have entered living wage employment as of April 30th. They're earning on average $24 per hour, so way above our proposed $14 an hour wage. And cumulatively, Project Ariba has job placed 152 participants in year 1 and year 2, with average hourly earnings of almost $24 an hour. We'll quickly review the financial statements. In 2019, 1.6 million in revenues were recognized, including 1.2 in grant revenue and 400,000 in unrestricted contributions. Our expenses in 2019 were about 1.5 million. For every dollar spent, 84 cents went to program services, 12 cents went to admin, and 4 cents went to fundraise. We spent directly $728,000 for tuition, books, materials, and supplies. With regard to the city of El Paso, for year 3, we have spent $79,000 in tuition, $33,000 in books, $20,000 in school material, $11,000 in childcare, and $156,000 in case management and other client services costs. We have a matching funds clause with our contract. During year 3 of the contract term, Project Ariba had matching funds of almost $750,000 in state and federal grants and $25,000 in new private investments. So year 3, like I mentioned, $750,000 that comprised of the Texas Adult Career Education Program, which is the ACE grant program, which matches every dollar that the city gives, dollar for dollar, the state will give. The County of El Paso, Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and we were able to become a subcontractor for case management with the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, the School of Nursing. And we also received an additional amount from Bank of America due to the COVID pandemic of $25,000. We got a $40,000 investment from them, but it's $25,000 over what we did last year. So with that, we want to thank you for all of your support that you've given Project Ariba over the 2 decades that we've been in partnership, and we continue to want to add value to the Economic Development Department that Jessica leads, as well as maintain the goals that the city manager, as well as the city council and the mayor have for this great region, and we want to be able to add value to that. If I can be of any service for anything, my information is there, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you again, Mr. Ortiz, and thank you for the great job you do.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. That brings us to item number 38. This is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program Agreement between the City of El Paso and 1031 Firestone LLC in support of an infill development project located at 1031 Texas Avenue.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor, Council, leadership, good afternoon. Public, also good afternoon. Grapariano Economic Development. This item, number 38, is a request. Actually, I'll wait for IT to put up the presentation. If you please cut IT for item number 38. IT, if you could please put up the presentation for item number 38.
Good afternoon, Rafa.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good to hear from you. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is a request to approve a Chapter 380 infill incentive agreement between the City of El Paso and 1031 Firestone LLC. And so the applicant, 1031 Firestone LLC, is proposing to invest a minimum of $443,918 to fully renovate the property located at 1031 Texas Avenue in downtown El Paso. And that is a property that is 9,429 square feet in size internally. And the company will substantially rehabilitate the building's exterior and interior. And after that's complete, they will activate 25 brand new offices within the downtown plan area. They also, in terms of actual additional design, they're proposing to have this covered patio that you all saw before that you can see on the side right there, proposed for the ground floor as well as the top. So that is an image of the top floor, but that's also going to be twinned for the bottom part. And so this will increase density and, of course, enhance the aesthetic value of the area. Next slide, please, IT. So here's some images from the sky to give you a sense of where the property is. On the left side, you can see that it's located on the eastern edge of downtown, the downtown plan area. On the right side, a bit closer, you can see that it's located right at the corner of the intersection of Octavia and Texas Street. That is how it appears from the air. Next slide, please, IT. This next slide will show you how it appears from the ground. So as you can see from all angles, northwest, northeast, southwest facing, it is currently blighted and vacant. In fact, if you were to drive through there today, the only real difference would be that you would see the chain link fence has been removed, but otherwise it's the exact same building. And so it is in disrepair. It does need a bit of love and a renovation. And so the intent of the request today is to help approve an agreement, Chapter 380 infill incentive agreement, which will help transform this property from what you see here to what you see on the next slide. Please, IT. And here is what some images you saw a bit earlier, but you can see that this is a full renovation of the property, and it's really substantial, especially if you look at the details that the applicants are putting into the property, and of course to do with the color, the lighting, and the decorative lighting, the signage. And so this is actually a design that we all reached together from the very beginning. The applicant was very good about working with us from the very beginning of their project to make sure that the project that you see in front of you is fully correlated or coordinated with what the infill policy means to encourage. And so in doing so, they've also objectively qualified for the set of incentives that are approved within the city's infill incentive policy, and that'll be shown to you on the next slide. Please, IT. And here is the incentive. And so the principal portion of the incentive is an incremental property tax rebate, capped at $15,772. That is a total for 10 years. And of course, that's only the incremental. So we keep the base, and this is brand new monies that come into the city. And so we do want to rebate that at the scale that you see at the bottom. So we do start recapturing brand new tax revenue year 4. There's also a construction material sales tax rebate up to $2,220, and then a permit fee rebate capped at $10,000. So the total proposed incentive as per the infill policy is capped at $27,992. And so that is what the incentive looks like. Next slide, please, IT. And of course, we always like to show you what your all's potential positive approval actions will generate in terms of positive tax flow to ourselves and to our partners. And that's what you see on this slide. As you can see, the city will get over $7,000 net during the grant period, but also at the same time, the county gets $12,000. EPIC gets $33,000 new dollars for our schools. EPCC gets over $3,000, and UMC gets $6,000. So the total positive inflow generated by this development will be over $63,000 additional tax dollars in our community. So that's very beneficial. Next slide, please, IT. And so again, just to repeat the request is that the city manager be authorized to execute a Chapter 380 infill incentive agreement by and between the City of El Paso and 1031 Firestone LLC for the redevelopment of the property located at 1031 Texas Avenue. And for the reasons that I've mentioned previous, we are recommending approval. And so that ends the presentation. I'll take any questions you all may have.
Thank you for your presentation. We do have
Yes,
Representative Schwartzbein.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Arellano, Rafael. Thank you so much. Once again, a great presentation, great infill project as well. And if I'm not mistaken, this also is a trust design building as well. Is that correct? I don't know if we...
Correct.
All right, so it's also an opportunity to also promote historic preservation with one of, if not the most important, architect that we have had from El Paso, if not the Southwest, Henry Trust as well. So really great to support this project, an iconic jewel in our downtown. And once again, Rafa, thank you for all the hard work that you've done in working to make this happen as well.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzman. Appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, there's a motion and a second to approve item number 38. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman.
Aye.
Representative Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Molinar.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Ms.
Mayor, really quick, just want to thank again for the folks that are listening that are investing in our community. That thank you for them investing in our downtown, and it's really great when we see these opportunities to utilize our infill incentives with eager investors in our community. This is the best of both worlds. So thank you.
Thank you. And also, Ms. Prine, we'd like to reconsider item 36, so Representative Rivera can vote on it, please.
Can we have a motion to reconsider item number 36?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconsider item number 36. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And we're back on item number 36. This is discussion and action on the approval of the Department of Aviation's El Paso International Airport 5-year capital improvement plan.
We have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second.
There is a motion and a second to approve item number 36. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Molinar?
Aye.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Thank you, Councilman Mayor. Aye.
Thank
and
you, sir.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Well, now on item number 39, this is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign a 2-year on-call agreement for professional services to perform civil engineering services on a task-by-task basis between the city of El Paso and the 10 consultants posted on this agenda.
Motion approved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve item number 39. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Representative Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Molinar?
Aye.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 40. This is presentation and introduction to the 47th year 2021-2022 annual action plan for the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, entitlement grants, community development block grant, home investment partnership, housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, and emergency solutions grant programs. And this marks the start of a 30-day public comment period.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And we do have public comment on this item. Mayor, would you like to take
Yes,
public
please.
comment first?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
We have Mr. Gilbert Raynaud. He's joining as we speak. Mr. Raynaud?
Yes.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, my name is Gilbert Raynaud. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, my name is Gilbert Raynaud. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And
Go ahead, sir.
just bear with me. This is my first time. Very happy to be here and give my opinion concerning the help that I got from HUD in April 29th of 2019 when I first approached a gentleman by the name of Mark Marcus. Please understand that everybody's situation is different. Up to the point before I got sick, everything was okay. It's unfortunate things happened, and I am now under Social Security disability and needed some help for my home. Asked around to see if I could get any help, and everybody either said no funds, all these other programs that were available in the city, and a gentleman down the street told me about HUD assistance, and never knew about it. And I said, well, I'll try, and went down to Texas Street and spoke to a gentleman by the name of Marcus. From that point on, everything, his approach to trying to help me was amazing. And I said, well, and then he threw me a big package I needed to fill out. And was very friendly and helpful, and was unaware of these programs that were available to us. And it's amazing how he was able to help me with trying to get assistance to get my house fixed. And he was able to take care of me, and through all the people that were there, Cesar Grado, who's a building inspector, Salvador Reyes, who's the other gentleman that's another inspector, and Mark Marquez was able to assist me and get everything that I needed. Again, I am a senior who's on Social Security disability, very little. Things do happen. Sometimes people need help. Programs like this really help a lot of people. Didn't know about it. And one thing I wanted to mention is how maybe we can spread the word around to seniors and people that get in unfortunate situations where they don't know about these programs. I didn't know about it. I've heard about HUD, but because I never needed it in the past, and as a Hispanic, sometimes we just don't want to get any help. So I'm very grateful for these programs, that if it wasn't for this, and also there's a program called the Forgiveness Program. I didn't ask for that. They're the ones that approached me that I'm going to get that.
Thank you, Mr. Reyna.
And I am very pleased. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Ms. Carol Henry Bowley. If she's on the line, star 6, please. Carol Henry Bowley. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Representative, and City Manager. My name is Carol Bowley, and I'm the Executive Director for the El Paso Coalition for the Homeless. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Nicole Farini and the staff of the Community and Human Development Department for recommending funding for the coalition, as well as all of the homeless programs in this year's annual action plan. And to also ask that the city continue supporting projects focused on preventing and ending homelessness. Since 2003, the coalition has served as the lead entity for El Paso's Continuum of Care for the Homeless, providing services, training, and technical assistance on the complex issues that all of our homeless assistance providers encounter daily. We also serve as the administrator for the operation of the region's homeless management information system and provide training, technical assistance, and help desk support to the numerous programs that enter their client data into that system. We have a long-standing relationship with the City of El Paso in addressing homelessness and appreciate the continued support of these activities through the funding recommended before you today. I'm very excited about a new project called Homelessness Diversion that we are being funded for or recommended for funding for. It's a brand new intervention for our city with the primary objective to divert households from entering the homeless system altogether. This project, it combines intensive case management, active listening, creative thinking, along with financial assistance to provide solutions for households who are literally at the front door of our shelters. This is going to be a real carefully coordinated effort with many of our partners, as well as the County of El Paso as the operator of the community's coordinated entry system. So the launch of this program will prevent households on the edge of homelessness from entering our system, helping them safely avoid a traumatic and stressful homeless episode. It will take pressure off the shelter system and reduce overall homelessness in our community. So again, I just want to thank you for considering approval of this year's annual action plan to fund this project as well as the other activities I have described above. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Roger Demore. Roger Demore? Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Star 6,
Hello?
please.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Demore, and I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the City Council and the Department of Community and Human Development for the continued support we get with the CDBG grants. We do home repairs for low-income, elderly, or disabled homeowners, and our relation started in 2008 when we got a modest $25,000. We have been able to grow that amount over the years to $120,000 this year, and hopefully you will approve the new proposed funding for the next fiscal year. We grew this by diligently working on the targets and meeting the targets, which were defined by contract. We had an excellent financial performance, always in time, accurately submitting the request for reimbursement. CDBG has been very important to us. It has been a motor for growth because we get also funding from many other organizations, but CDBG was the core of the activity. With CDBG grants and the other funding we get from other corporations, we have reached over time out to some 2,500 residents in El Paso, doing 1,100 projects. And we do this with skilled labor, but also involving volunteers. There have been years that we could involve up to 1,000 volunteers in painting homes, cleaning up yards, and small repairs. Besides home repairs, we reach out also to the community for other kinds of projects. And I would like to mention the She Builds program, where we try to involve women in home repairs and construction. We work together with, in this project with the YWCA, Workforce Solutions, and Nicole Ferrini of the Community and Human Development Department. So 3 top women are supporting our program, She Builds. And I'm very happy to inform you that last Saturday we had the first training as Rebuilding Together for a small team of women who learned basic skills to manage their own home. And the opportunity is there to continue this skill training, even involving training institutions in El Paso, so that women can find employment in a non-traditional sector working for contractors. So we are focusing on reaching this in the cooperation with the 3 partners I just mentioned. We have to finish 40 homes this year for the CDBG grant, and we are well on schedule to do this. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Ms. Sandra Garcia. Ms. Garcia, star 6 to unmute your telephone. Sandra Garcia. Is Ms. Celia Garcia in the queue?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your name, please?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Celia Garcia, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Social Service Programs here at Amistad. Good afternoon, Mayor Leeser and City Council members.
Good afternoon.
Amistad has been serving the community for 45 years, addressing the social determinants of health through a variety of social service programs. During this time, we have received CDBG funds to operate our money management program, and we're grateful for the continued recommendation for funding to continue these valuable services. So through this program, We assist some of the most vulnerable in our community, such as the elderly and adults with disabilities who lack the capacity to budget, negotiate with creditors, and create and pay their bills on time. We protect and safeguard their assets. We build a savings nest, assist them in completing forms for services such as Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program applications, and other government benefits to improve their quality of life and prevent them from being exploited and becoming homeless. So this program provides an opportunity for these individuals to maintain limited independency and increase their economic stability. So therefore, we want to express our full support of the 47th year annual action plan to continue nurturing and promoting a healthy and sustainable community. And we, of course, ask that you all please support it as well. We thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Sandra Garcia in the queue? Sandra Garcia, *6. Sandra Garcia. Mayor, I don't see Ms. Garcia's phone number in the queue.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment, and Representative Hernandez, if you'll please withdraw your second. This is not an item posted for action.
Switch on. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez.
And with that,
There's no further comment. There's no action on this item. And is there a motion to retire into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss executive session item 1, legal consultation regarding the city attorney and city manager performance evaluation under 551.071 and 551.074. This item is taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters. It is 1:52 p.m. Council, I will call you in shortly.
Okay, move to reconvene.
So moved.
We're missing a couple of council members. We're just waiting for the mayor to rejoin.
You guys were there.
I'm on.
And we already.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the meeting is back in session at 3:42 p.m. Mayor Pro Tem, we're on EX1.
No action.
There's no action on EX1. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Move to adjourn.
Aye.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 is adjourned at 3:42 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Thank
night.
you. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good evening.
Godspeed.